Hey beautiful soul, welcome back to another pick a card reading on my channel. If you are new, my name is Natalie and this is Be a Free Spirit. My focus on this channel is to bring psychology and spirituality closer together and really help focus on the self, getting to know yourself. So I focus a lot on self-awareness, self-love, and self-growth. So if that's something that interests you, consider subscribing and also hit the notification bell, you know, the YouTube stuff. I've definitely been getting so many downloads for pick a card readings, so I'm excited for the content that is going to be coming through my channel. So yeah, consider joining if that's something that interests you. Today we're doing a pick a card reading all about your March 2021 predictions. And I've decided to do it by your zodiac sign. And this is a very in-depth reading. So look at the thickness of those decks. So we have actually a general message for the collective for March. And then we'll break out into the different zodiacs. And then what's kind of gonna be included in this reading is an overall energy of March for you. So what to focus on for March. And then we're also going to go into some of the unconscious, just some, you know, awareness into kind of maybe some of your ego and your shadow self, what thoughts are maybe being created. It's good to be aware of those and what to be working with in March. And then also jumping into your soul mission and journey to give you insights on what to focus on in March, and into your love life if you're single, if you're in a relationship, and then finally some guidance from your guides. So lots of in-depth information, and we'll also pull some live affirmations from your higher self to encourage you for the month of March. So lots of information. Before we jump into this, I will give you a close-up of the decks. The timestamps are, as always, listed down below for your zodiac sign, but these cards are actually really beautiful. The pictures that are on them, I worked with the pictures as I was pulling these cards, so that there's definitely energy in these. So I want you to see them up close and just kind of tune in to the energy if you feel called to do so. But before we kind of jump into that, I just want to do a few disclaimers just for everyone to be on the same page. Remember that tarot does not dictate your life. Tarot is just a way for you to see what you already know, to basically remember what you already know. So if there's a message that doesn't feel right to you, it's because that message wasn't meant for you. This is a reading for the collective, so your intuition will tell you because it will resonate. You'll say, yeah, that feels true. And that's how you know that's your intuition, okay? So, and I also want to mention that not all of my readings may call to you, and if they don't, that's okay too. Use your intuition and make sure that you're picking readings that resonate with you. You know, tarot addiction is a real thing, and we all are working hard to, you know, try to figure that out. And one of the goals of tarot readings is to bring more awareness to you. So because of that being the case, watch, you know, the videos that you're really called to, because there's messages that are really meant to help you at this time and point in your journey. Okay, so I always want to make that clear as well. I want to make sure that you're taking these insights and actually applying them into your life. Okay. So I think that kind of does it for disclaimers. One final thing, I have launched personal readings. So that is linked down below if you are interested. So otherwise than that, let's do a close-up of the decks and then we'll jump straight into the reading. Okay, so here's a close-up of the cards. Again, I just want you to kind of focus on the energy. You don't have to resonate with the image. It's just about seeing with your third eye. So we're just talking about the tuning into the energy frequency of this reading. So I'm going to give you 30 seconds to meditate. And then there will be the general reading for just everybody, regardless of your zodiac sign. So make sure you watch that before you go to your timestamp for your group. That will be right after the meditation that I'll offer in basically now. And I'll give you 30 seconds to do that, and then we'll go straight to the general reading, and then timestamps are below for your zodiac. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and start that right now. Okay, I hope that gave you guys a moment to meditate. So we're gonna go ahead and move on to the general reading, and then we'll move on to your zodiac sign. So we'll do that right now. All right, definitely want to see what's going on in the collective for March. So let's kind of take a look at the energy and see what's going on. So starting with the Nine of Swords in reverse. Okay, that's good. The Magician. Oh, you guys. Wow. The Queen of Wands. The Three of Cups in reverse. Wow. The Nine of Pentacles. The Two of Pentacles. Okay. The Four of Wands in reverse. And finally, we have the Ace of Wands. Okay, I already have a feeling here. So what I am sensing is kind of overall for the collective, a theme that is running kind of throughout this. It seems to be kind of ambition. So, you know, as we're starting to go into the spring months, we've planted a lot of seeds throughout. You know, we spent a lot of time in the winter healing and working through shadow things, and really whether you consciously were working on it all the time or not, it doesn't matter. It's really just the way that energy has been shifting as it is. We've just been shifting as a collective. So now that that has happened, we've planted seeds as a collective because we've raised our consciousness. And so what is kind of coming next is, as the spring and the summer months come in, so do the ambition of really getting things done, because these months are the months that those seeds start to sprout and then bloom, right? And then you're just gathering those fruits of your labors, basically. And so what March is all about is we're still in the wave of planting and watering, right? They haven't quite sprouted yet. They could for some of you. It can manifest differently for different people, but this is an overall collective energy. So because what I'm seeing here is with the Nine of Swords in reverse, Swords is all about your thoughts, right? And as we know, like especially the Magician will tell you that the Magician is here, your thoughts manifest your reality. So as a collective, we have really basically reshaped the way that we think, right? That has been really forced onto us by COVID, right? And all the different events that have happened in the world. We've had to be forced to think differently. And that was the purpose as we're moving into this age of Aquarius. So the Magician is here because we now need to realize as a collective the power that we possess. We're starting to remember our soul, right? We're starting to remember we can do anything that we want. This is what we're here. This is what the human experience is about, is we're here to create, right? And it's all about passion. It's all about creation. That's why there's a lot of Wands energy here, because you have the Ace of Wands, right? Which is kind of the beginning. And that's why I'm saying we're kind of still planting these seeds, right? This is still at the beginning, but we're seeing how powerful we are, because Queen of Wands energy, there's Ace and Queen of Wands. Like there's a lot of ambition energy that is going to start unfolding for March. The Three of Cups in reverse and the Four of Wands in reverse, these are all cards about celebration. So what I want to make clear here is, it's not that you can't celebrate. That's not what Spirit is saying. They just want to make you aware of where we're at, basically, as a collective energy for March, okay? So this is kind of where everyone seems to be kind of flowing to, right? So meaning it's not finished. It's not time to reap those rewards yet. It's coming, but March is still, you know, an ambition month. It's still now where you're putting more fertilizer. You know, I actually really like this card for that explanation. Like, it's kind of hard to see because of my window, but he has like plants behind him, right? And when you get to the Page of Wands, which is him grown up, you can see that there's this beautiful tree behind him and his dragon is all grown up, right? And it's kind of showing you that when you are patient and you work with things and it becomes just part of your life, that it just beautiful things sprout around you. And so that's the thing, is he's planted this tree, but he has to continue to nurture it. And so that's what Spirit is trying to say, is you need to recognize how much work you've already put in, and it's coming, the fruits will be able to be harvested, right? Like, look at this. I mean, this is the Nine of Pentacles. Like, this is literally the definition of abundance, right? She's got a beautiful gown on. She's got these coins, like these beautiful gardens, like very, you know, well taken care of. And so remember, abundance is not just about money, but it's just about the frequency in general, receiving beautiful things, right? Giving and receiving. And so, you know, that with the Two actually of Pentacles though, see, this is where I think there needs to be this awareness of how far you've come, right? And how far we've come as a collective. We need to be able to recognize all the work that we've already put in under immense stress, right? Stress that the world hasn't seen in a long time. And so we're still kind of juggling and still in this kind of anxiety, fear-based mindset. It seems like we balance kind of between the two, right? Like, that's like the collective kind of deals with that, and that's okay. It's not wrong. It's just learning, you know, which side do you want to balance to? Which side makes you feel more balanced, right? Because it's good to have a balance of things, but that doesn't mean that the way that you like balance is the same way I like balance. You need to balance your individual self, because that will, again, then balance things around you. So it's an individual goal. So you have to kind of take that into your intuition and say, okay, what right now is out of balance in my life? You know, what am I having a hard time juggling? What am I still fearing? What do I still have anxiety around, right? And it's just being aware, because you don't want those things to hold you back as you're going with this ambition. Okay, because again, it's not, you can't celebrate. Please still have fun. Your guides definitely want you to have fun, but it's still, right now, it's still that Wands energy, right? It's still passion. It's still, let's go. So, I mean, this is basically the overall collective energy, which now I'm excited to get into the readings. Because March is really, truly a feeling of things are almost there, right? All the work that we've all put in the past 1.5 years, right, is now coming as a collective, which is exciting to be part of this together, right? But that's what I'm really feeling strongly. So this is overall message for the collective. So let's jump straight into your individual readings now. So go ahead and just go down below for your timestamps for your zodiac sign, and I'll see you in your reading. All right, Aries, welcome to your reading. Super excited to get into this. So I'm just gonna put this right next to kind of the collective cards, because I love this Magician card. I think that's a big overall energy. So again, as I kind of stated, the tarot cards are kind of the general energy of March for you, right? And then we're going to kind of jump into your unconscious, your soul journey, love life, whether you're single or in a relationship. And then lastly, a few cards from your guides, and then some live affirmations. Okay, so let's not waste any time and start with your tarot cards. Okay, the first card we have is the King of Wands in reverse. The Lord in reverse, the Four of Swords, wow, lots of masculine energy, Ace of Pentacles. Okay, so what I'm already feeling is masculine energy, and that's not necessarily a bad thing, but what I am feeling is a little bit of stubbornness. And you know, the Aries energy that I was really feeling with this card is kind of really learning to go with the flow, right? Kind of using that ambition that you possess, because these are all masculine energies of kind of higher consciousness. Because you have King of Wands, even though they have different traits, they're still, you know, in the higher up, basically, right? You have the Lord, they're sitting higher up, they have like kind of these staffs, right? And so I think there could be some stubbornness that you're having with just kind of your life in general, because the Ace of Pentacles things are destined to be really successful for you, okay? That ambition that you feel and you want to maybe have a grand life, or you want to do big things and you want to be noticed, great. Whatever your ambition is, you're being stubborn about it for whatever reason. Maybe the fear of what will people think, what would people say if I follow what I want to do, or whatever the fear is, right? That's going to be something your intuition is going to have to let you know of. But the Four of Swords, you know, this is kind of just discontentment. A lot of discontentment because these are in reverse, right? And so I think you're feeling discontent with your ambitions, maybe just because you're feeling stuck. So I'm hoping more things in this reading will give you some kind of insights, because really this isn't the energy of March. This is kind of bringing awareness to how you can kind of change your frequency, right? And raise your frequency, okay? So because otherwise, if these cards were in reverse, even with the Four of Swords, there still can be maybe kind of some guardness going on, and that makes sense with the masculine energy that I'm feeling. And again, it's not a bad thing. It's just bringing awareness to, you know, a big part of who you are, and you have a whole chart, right? And other things that could be affecting this. But that is kind of overall what I'm feeling. So now I want to kind of see, actually maybe I want to pull some additional tarot cards. I think I want to dig into, I just want to make sure I'm not missing anything. With this being such a collective reading, I want to make sure that I got all the intuitive messages. Sometimes you need multiple tarot decks to give you that intuitive information. So let's pull some additional cards. So let's pull why the King of, well, actually, that's fine. Let's pull like why the King of Wands is here. Why is the King of Wands here? The Page of Swords. Okay. Yeah, see, it's definitely something to do with your thoughts. And I think what Spirit is trying to say is just in March, be more aware of the thoughts that are making you feel stubborn. Kind of be aware of those thoughts so that you can be like, no, I'm good. Let's keep going. Because King of Wands is someone who's ambitious, right? Wands is all about energy, and really a big theme of the collective, right, is the passion. So your passion is there. You definitely have these big passions and these big dreams. So you need to face the stubbornness. That makes sense. Why is the Lord here? Ten of Pentacles. Huh. Okay. Yeah. You're stubborn. Okay, so this is for some of you, but some of you are afraid of like something new, right? Like whether it's a family or just, you're just basically scared of the success because you know that you're meant to be successful. Ace of Pentacles, right? And again, this higher energy, you know you're meant to be successful, and that scares you, right? And that's understandable because there's a lot of eyes on you. There's a lot of opinions, right? But you have to remember that all of that is just ego-based, and it doesn't really matter, and it doesn't affect you because your frequency is higher because you choose love. You choose to focus on nothing but light, right? So I think if that is for some of you that resonates with, but yeah, there's a stubbornness. But it's a stubbornness of just like a fear-based, right? And so I'm curious about the unconscious cards because I think there's just some fears here still that are holding you back from following these ambitions. And the thing is the fear has been our default. Society has taught us to think that way, right? We don't take risks. We just go the same thing. We do the same thing every day because that's what we were taught. We're breaking this really, really intense conscious pattern. So be gentle with yourself, but realize that it's your thoughts that your guides want you to focus on for March. About when you get these thoughts of fear, or you get these thoughts of stubbornness, or you make up excuses for why you can't move forward with your ambitions, Spirit is basically reminding you to kind of stop yourself and be a Page of Swords and be more in control, right? So that your ideas and your ambitions can flow more freely without the fear of your ego. Okay, so it's all about kind of conquering the ego. That's a big thing that the collective is learning right now, because as a society, our ego was broken because of COVID. For a lot of people, that's kind of when their big spiritual awakenings happened, or in general, our consciousness just rose because of the collective was changing and general things around us, but also because it's been the way that we've needed to upgrade, right, with the different portals. So anyways, but that makes sense. I just wanted to clarify that. But yeah, I mean, thanks Spirit for being clear, because I was on point basically, right? It's just your thoughts. Just be aware of your thoughts. So let's dig into thoughts. Look at that. Confidence is the key to your success. Okay, so one of your fears, it definitely seems like, is, I'm gonna kind of go like this. One of your fears is lack of confidence. Understandable, right? It's scary to put yourself out there. It's scary to chase your ambitions. What will people think? What would people say? And you know, a lot of us don't want to admit that we care what people think, but we do, because again, we're conditioned to be that way. And so just remember that your confidence is the only thing that matters, and confidence comes within, not from outside validation. It should never come from outside validation, because that's never stable. You are stable. So make sure that you're getting your confidence from yourself, and remember, your ambitions are divine. Okay, you're a light worker. So whatever your intuition is pushing you to do, whatever your wand's energy is, as I like to call it, that's what's meant for you. So be confident and I guess, yeah, believe, right? And trust and surrender. So let's see. Don't let pride get in your way. I mean, lots of Leo energy, even though, you know, it's Aries. You could have strong Leo placements in your chart. I'm not an expert in astrology, so I can't be more specific than that, but there's lots of strong, you know, masculine energy, and not that Leo's masculine, but it's just kind of that feeling of strength and confidence, right? So don't let pride get in your way, in the sense of the ego. Don't let your confidence come from a place, like I just said, of needing people's validation, because that is pride, right? You don't want to be too prideful, where it's like, because people will think you're great. That's going to be something that happens. That's why there's this higher energy here. People will think you're great, and you're going to work with people. And so it's going to be important to kind of have this balance too of really keeping yourself kind of in both ways, right? You can have confidence, but don't get cocky, right? I think that's just something Spirit. Balance is like a big thing, right? And that was in the collective reading too. So, and then adjustments are required. Yeah, exactly. See, adjustments of your thoughts. So that's all that, you know, is really going on in your unconscious, that Spirit just wants to bring to your awareness for March. So just make sure in March that you're paying attention to your thoughts, okay? Whether you need to do that through journaling, it's kind of hard to build up that awareness because it's never been our default, right? But what I urge you to do is, when you start to get these thoughts, or you start to get these feelings, you need to say, okay, and take 3 deep breaths, for real, 3 deep breaths to connect to your higher self. And then you face your, you know, why am I feeling fearful? Okay, well, I'm worried about what people are gonna think of this ambition. What if they think it's stupid? What if it doesn't work? And you face those things and you say, okay, but we don't need outside validation, because I know that this is my soul journey. This is my soul path, right? So, I mean, let's jump into that. Look, leap. The universe will catch you. Exactly, right? Like, that's the thing, is focusing in March. Just go after those ambitions, okay? Don't, I can't tell if those cards are cut off. go after your ambition, right? Don't be afraid to leap, because it's scary to take risks. And again, we weren't conditioned that way. So you have to be really patient with yourself. I can't emphasize that enough, how important it is to be kind to yourself and realizing how much you're accomplishing by changing your thought patterns. It's literally changing the way your default operates right now. So I just have to oversay it. I feel like you're not for everyone. Wow, embrace your weirdness. Okay, so yeah, that's okay. That makes sense. Yeah, I was feeling, what are people gonna think? They're gonna think I'm weird. It's not gonna work. Welcome to being a starseed, right? Like, that's the thing is, and these are both starseed cards. So, but you're not going to be for everyone. And so kind of accept that reality now, right? There is going to be people who are gonna think you're amazing, and those are the people that you're meant to help on your soul journey, okay? So accept that people that you come across who think you're weird or don't think your idea is great or whatever, you just say, okay, and you realize that they're not the ones that you're meant to help. Once you get into that mindset, you realize, you kind of detach from the feeling of validation, because you know that the people you're meant to help, you know that your ambitions are divine, right? You know it. And so because you know it, you know the people that are gonna be excited to learn from you or whatever your ambition is, it's gonna be because it was meant for them, okay? So just be aware of that now as you're, working through these mindsets, and realize that you're not gonna be accepted by everyone, and that's good, and that's okay. And then the blue flame, spontaneous awakening, activation, integration time. Yeah. See, your soul path is needing to start, and you're being stubborn because you don't want it to start, I think, right? And I get it. Like, you're afraid, right? I understand that this fear can be so strong. I still struggle with it all the time. And we probably will for a lot of our lives as we're trying to unprogram that, right? But your soul journey and soul mission is waiting to get started, right? And that's why you're feeling stuck, because your guides are trying to push you to start your soul journey, okay? Your soul mission, your light work. Wow, Aries. Dang, you guys. All right, let's kind of now shift over to kind of some of the love energy. I don't like to focus too much on, love, because there's so many other amazing readers on this platform who focus on that. I focus more on the self, but I just want to at least give you some awareness, because sometimes these things can tie in together. So let's start with singles. So I want to remind myself that the first one was single. So starting with singles, and it will just take a second. So if you're single right now, and then if you're in a relationship. So starting with singles, let's actually start with this one. Let go of control issues. Allow this situation to unfold naturally. Yeah, exactly. Again, leap. You're very stubborn and it's okay, but just be aware of this and leap. So, for your life right now, I think for March, you're really focusing on you, right? You're changing, you're coming to the point of your ambition starting to take off. And so a lot of it is kind of still focusing on your thoughts. That doesn't mean you can't date. It's up to you on what you need. But I think your guides are just saying, if you do decide to date or decide to go in a hermit mode, you need to let go of control and learn to be more flowing, right? Learn to balance. Deep in your heart, you already know the answer. Do what feels right. I don't know what that pertains to, and I have a strong feeling I'm not supposed to dig in. I want to dig in, but I won't, because whatever is, I don't know, whatever came to your head first, basically. I want to clarify so bad, but I specifically heard they need to listen to their intuition. So deep in your heart, you know what feels right. You're single, you know if you should maybe be dating, or if you should be in a hermit mode, or if there's someone that you've been dating, you want to get in a relationship with, or you don't, whatever your personal situation is, you know what's right. So listen to your heart, okay? So that's for singles. So now jumping into people in a relationship. We have honeymoon. Enjoy the bliss of holiday time together. Okay, so March will also be a time for your relationship where you're gonna have a lot of bliss and love energy coming through. And it makes sense because again, your mindset is upgrading, right? And so really getting a deep sense of love energy will help you navigate that, right? So you and your partner will be really feeling some deep bliss if you allow it. Remember, you have to allow it. And again, it's balance. Remember, that's a big message for the collective for March is balance. So make sure that there's a balance and it's not all just, you know, rainbows, but there's bliss there if you allow it and enjoy and indulge in that time with your partner, okay? Look at that, new beginning, a new adventure awaits. Okay, so maybe for some of you, there is like a legit honeymoon in the sense that you're going on a trip together, right? Or you're just spending some very intimate time together where you can journey, you can adventure. Yeah, embrace it and live your dreams passionately. Okay, I also feel like this love energy, this honeymoon kind of passion needs to be here also to help push your ambition. I think that's a big part of it too. So, but new beginning, okay? So your relationship is elevating. Look deep within your heart and you feel my love. My love for you is as deep as the ocean. Okay, so you could be feeling, you know, some kind of uncertainty, not confident in your relationship, maybe about how your partner feels for you. And this is a message to let you know how much they love you, okay? And how much they admire you and think you're so great. And they just want to spend some deep time with you. So beautiful, okay? Lastly, let's jump into advice from your guides now that we kind of have an overall energy of March. We have solitude, higher self. Okay, so for a few of you who are single then, I think it's really important to, again, you know what's right for you, but for some of you, your guides are really trying to urge you to spend time alone in March. And this card is actually so beautiful too because of the green, right? Like the green abundance kind of March, like that's always what I associate it with, hence the green. So yeah, your higher self really needs some hermit time, again, to work through these thought patterns. And even if you're in a relationship, you can still have solitude. And if you're, you know, single and you're dating someone and your intuition is like, no, this person is someone I need to invest in. Solitude is just about finding the space for yourself, okay? Make sure that you have space to do what you need to do, right? Your self-care stuff, your meditation, working out, whatever it is for you, right? But your guides definitely want to urge you to spend some time in solitude for all of you. And then we have discipline. Okay, yeah, see, discipline yourself on those thoughts, okay? Challenge yourself. Discipline, when you get to those thoughts, it's about discipline in the sense of master teacher, right? The master teacher, you have to be challenged. That's how you learn. And so when you don't get discouraged if you can't change your thought patterns the first day. It's just something that you are focusing on March, because doing that is basically a ripple effect through your whole soul journey, okay? As you can kind of see in the progression of these cards, changing your thought patterns basically makes these cards out of the reverse, moves your passion forward, and thus starts your light work. So you kind of see what is happening, and March is a really big month for you and a big month for the collective in general, right? Again, the magician. Remember that your thoughts, you are the magician. We're all the magician. And so your thoughts manifest your reality, okay? So that is, you know, really clear from your guides. Really beautiful though. Yeah, you guys, I want to definitely make sure that you understand though, that you recognize how much work you've already done, and you recognize, even if, you know, I know I feel like ever since the portal, so much is, and that was 11/11 in 2020. That was like a big energy shift, right? And ever since then, I think it's been a lot of inflood of information for the collective, and it's been a lot. And, you know, that you need to be patient with yourself, because even if you're not conscious to what you've been changing, this is very clear that you've been working on things, okay? And that you're getting downloads and you're working with the universe and your higher self and your guides. And so I just want to make sure that you're giving love to yourself and being patient with yourself and saying, wow, look how far I've come. Let's keep going though, because that's Aries energy for sure. Okay. So these are going to be messages, just a few encouraging messages for the month of March. So you might want to write this kind of affirmation down if it resonates, you know, that you want to see it on your wall. But let's get some affirmations from Aries higher self, Aries guides, affirmations for the month of March. So truth. So I walk in my truth, right? As we talked about that, like, you're not for everyone. Your truth, your passion is going to be yours. So accept your own truth and realize that whatever is true to you is the truth. That might sound what? But I walk my path to self-discovery by living within my truth and following my passions. I mean, literally what we've been saying, right? This whole time. And then grateful. I am grateful for the downloads that I've gotten. I'm grateful for the insights that I've been given. Thank you, universe, for seeing how amazing I am, right? I'm a beautiful soul who deserves to have these amazing things. Thank you, right? But also be grateful, again, for yourself. For yourself, thank you, myself, for getting us to this point, for getting through the dark night of soul, through getting through so much bullshit that you've had to go through, that we've gone through as a collective, right? Be grateful for yourself. It says, I am grateful for the abundance that surrounds my life each day in limitless ways and directions. I just want to take a look at the bottom of the deck. We have embrace. I embrace the power of love and the magic of the universe as I walk my new path of self-discovery, develop high vibrational relationships. Embrace, love, relationships. Okay, divine timing. Okay, okay, hold on, back up. Synchronicity, grounded, balance. Okay, hold on. So now I'm glad I looked at the bottom of the deck, because for the people who are single, I knew there was a message missing. I was like, I feel like there's something else. Okay, so for a few of you who are single, I think there's someone that you've been dating, but you haven't quite moved things to the next level because you're unsure, right? Again, you are kind of in the stubborn energy right now, and you're gonna break it in March. That's obviously very clear. But I think there's someone in your life that you haven't been sure about, but it happened in divine timing, and there's a new relationship and love. You know, for some of you, again, I think that's why this message came out, is do what feels right. You know what's right for you, okay? So for some of you, that you could be dating people that you're like, no, this doesn't serve me. I'm gonna be in solitude. Whatever it is for you. Dang. This was great, Aries. I'm really excited to hear down below, you know, what you think of this, and if you're excited for March and kind of what your thoughts are around this. But yeah, I'm just wow. It's beautiful though. Lots of ambition, lots of ambition. So I'm gonna go ahead and move on to the next group, but I'll see you guys in the next pick a card reading. So leave me a like and leave a comment below. All right, Taurus, welcome to your reading. I'm so excited to jump right in. Aries, had a great reading. Real excited to see, you know, kind of how your collective energy is kind of fitting into what we've already kind of discovered for March. So again, the tarot cards are to give you an overall perspective of March energy for you. Then we'll kind of dig into the unconscious, just things to be aware of. More on your soul journey and soul path, as well as love messages if you're single or in a relationship, and then messages from your guides, and then some live affirmations. So let's jump straight into it, not waste any time. We have the 10 of Swords in reverse. Okay. The 6 of Swords. Wow. The Queen of Cups. And the 4 of Pentacles. Wow, look at that, you guys. Okay, so already what I'm feeling is you've done a lot of work on your thoughts, because we have a lot of swords energy here, right? So the Six of Swords is all about leaving things behind and moving on. And with the Ten of Swords, you know, this is kind of all about an ending. And with it being in reverse, you know, I think the journey that you're kind of on right now, we're all on as a collective, right? So it's not a bad thing to see this, but you've just kind of realized, no, I want to move on. You've become really intuitive with your emotions, right? And just intuitive in general. You've gotten a lot of downloads of just being like, no, this is what I want to do with my life. You know, you're moving forward with that strong, ambitious energy for sure. Four of Pentacles, you know, you're kind of still holding on to a few things though. And that I think is why the Ten of Swords is in reverse, because it's not quite a kind of release. And what I think this is saying is there's still some thoughts that you're hanging on to that are not serving you, but be patient because that's okay. This is just bringing awareness that this is kind of something to focus on in March, right? But what's so great is you're on your way. You've already kind of went past a huge hill, right? So congratulate yourself for all the work that you've already put in. I do want to kind of clarify a little bit more. Sorry, just kind of sliding. I want to clarify maybe why the Four of Pentacles is here. I just want to see if there's anything else I'm missing with that. That's kind of what I'm feeling, is you're still just holding on to something. You're not willing to let it go. You want to just lock it up because it feels easier sometimes, or it feels convenient. But let's just double check. Why is the Four of Pentacles here? I mean, okay. We have the Ace of Cups in reverse. Yeah. The Queen of Wands and the Five of Cups. Okay, it's something emotionally. Okay, that makes sense with the Queen of Cups because you've been digging a lot into your emotions, right? And so there's still something emotionally that you're not, and it's an emotional mindset, right? So it could be, we'll have to kind of see with the love too. I'd be curious if that ties into it. But the thing is you have this ambition, right? You know your path because you've already started it. And so you know that's going to happen in March as you're continuing on your path. But you're still feeling like something is missing or empty in your life, or you're just kind of still feeling like there's not a full puzzle piece yet. And that's kind of what I'm getting. And again, it's something emotional. So use your intuition. What is it that, you know, you're locking up and not willing to let go of because of what fear, right? And again, it's fear-based mindsets, and it's about just kind of looking at that fear and saying, why am I afraid? I don't need to be afraid, right? And so, yeah, Seven of Pentacles, bottom of the deck, Three of Wands. Yeah, you're on your way though. So, let's kind of dig into kind of some of the unconscious stuff, because that might kind of help to give a little bit more awareness into what to be aware of in March. You're very close to achieving your goal. Yeah, look at that. Okay, so hold on, what's the other one? You and your loved ones are safe. Wow. Okay, so I think for some of you, you're holding on to an emotion of not wanting to move on because the unknown can be scary. And I'm feeling like it's something to do with your childhood. You know, it's probably an unconscious thing that your shadow self created to protect you, right? You had to learn to kind of hold on to things a little bit more. And so that's what you're having a hard time letting go of. It's something emotional. And so maybe it's a feeling of, if I follow this dream completely and I let everything go, I don't know if I'll have security. I don't know if I'll have this, or this. Kind of just a fear of not being safe in some way. It could be energetically, just however it resonates. But know that that is just an illusion, and it truly is like an unconscious fear, which is why this card is here. Because your guides want you to know that you're safe and divinely protected. And so whatever your intuition is telling you to do, know that it's divinely guided, and it's everything that you need to focus on, because you're really close to achieving your goal, because you've already made so much progress moving forward with the Six of Swords. And so I definitely want to kind of clarify that you need to give yourself credit for the work that you've already put in, because you've put in a lot of work, because you're the Six of Swords. You're on the boat already. You've seen a home drifting away at a slow speed, you know, and so you watched it and you kind of accepted it and you were ready for something new. And so you're close to reaching your goals. Just kind of identify what mindset and emotion, you know, is still, and you know, camera battery died. Anyways, it's not that emotions are bad. It's just that your emotions are still part of your shadow self, right? Because your emotions will be reactionaries to how you perceive how you should react to the situation, basically. So it's just being aware of, okay, what mindset am I still holding on to? Because I'm afraid that I'm not safe in some way. I'm afraid that I'm not secure in some way. So I think it's just being aware of where that's coming from and knowing that you're safe and continue on your journey. But overall, yeah, now I want to see kind of your soul path and mission for March. So let's get a look into that. Take a break. A life's work, not a season. Get off the treadmill. Okay, yeah, see, you have been working hard, you know, like I said. So definitely maybe take some time then in March to slow down a little bit with your, you know, your light work and your mission, your ambitions, because it seems like you've already started your light work, at least most of you, or you started kind of, you already know your path to start it. But Spirit is saying March is the time to, I think, finish off these mindsets so that you can fully get into this boat being like, I'm done. You know, the Ten of Swords, like I finished, I've completed this kind of old mindset version of myself. Okay. So take a break so that you can focus on working with your mindsets and your happiness and always have that balance. And how can you mother yourself? Yeah, like I said, like you don't want to spend the whole time like, how can I get better? Because we have to have a balance of how can I get better, but how can I also love myself today? And so I think that's the balance here is you can still have your ambitions and you can still work towards things, but take a little bit of a breather. Just take some time to relax and figure out how can I take care of myself? How can I give some nurturing love to myself? And I think that can be especially important with too what you're dealing with maybe some of the fears is, okay, so how can I kind of make myself feel better, right? Yeah. I mean, yeah, I think that's great. I mean, overall, that's kind of your March energy. Let's dig into the love stuff. So starting with singles, because this also can sometimes tie into these different energies, especially with a lot of the emotional energy that's kind of popping up for you in March. So for singles, reconciliation. Someone from your past is returning to your life. Damn. And that makes sense with the Queen of Cups, right? The Queen of Cups is, you know, obviously someone who's very intuitive, very emotionally mature. And so and intelligent, right? And so you've gotten very emotionally intelligent because you've worked with yourself. And I think that's why this will be so easy, is just spending some time with yourself. You'll all of a sudden get the downloads you need to be like, I'm okay. I can move forward from this, you know, fear that I'm holding on to. But someone new is coming into your life. Sacred union. Honor and treasure your relationship, for it is truly sacred. Shit. Okay. So, I mean, take it as it resonates. But I think for a lot of you, a sacred connection is basically now coming into your life. And what I was trying to get to with the Queen of Cups is you've raised your vibration, right? You've raised your love frequency because you've loved yourself. Queen of Cups. You know, you learn to love yourself and you're going to now focus even more on yourself. So that's why this is going to be brought into your life, right? Wow. So for some of you, someone from your past is coming and they're a soul, you know, a soulmate relationship or a sacred union relationship. And those are different. So look into that if that resonates, if that calls to you. But in general, someone is coming back that is going to be a big part of your journey right now. Okay, so feel into it. not all of you, this is the case, right? So you'll just have to kind of take it as it resonates. I think for some of you who are single, you're kind of just focusing on yourself. So, and that's why, you know, nothing else is coming through. That's because that's one kind of extreme side of the single side, right? So that's kind of what I'm feeling with that. For people who are in a relationship, we have passion. Allow your heart and soul to sing with joy. Yeah, so again, as we were just kind of talking about with the Queen of Cups, right? You have the emotional intelligence and awareness because you've been working so much on that you can really raise your frequency of love. And so allow more love to come to you. So I think for those of you who are in a relationship, your passion is elevating. Friendship. Nurture the bonds of friendship within your relationship and your love life will dramatically improve. Yeah, passion. I think talk about your passions like friends would, right? Go get coffee and just sit down and talk. Go get a drink and sit down and talk and say, what are you passionate about, right? Like, even if you have those conversations, just kind of start bringing that wand's energy into your relationship and kind of work on your friendship with your partner, because that's going to increase your passion. That's going to kind of raise your love frequency, which will just bring more beauty and bliss to you. So beautiful. Okay, and then this is guidance from your guides for the month of March. We have death. Wow. Yeah, see, death. Look at that. This is what you're going to accomplish in March. Is this 10 of Swords being in reverse? Again, 10 is all about completion, and the 10 of Swords energy is all about kind of being kind of done with all of this, right? He's kind of defeat, like, I surrender, I'm done with these thought patterns, I'm done with whatever, right? And so, but Swords talking about thoughts, and so that's what you're going to accomplish in March, is the death of your ego. And so this card will become upright because this is what you're going to be closing out, is this final cycle of your thoughts. Dang, Taurus, that's amazing. You need to give yourself so much, like, basically gratitude and like, wow, look at how far I've come, because you have to realize how big this energy is, about how far you've come, okay? Physical body. Okay, so for some of you, how can you mother yourself, get off the treadmill? Like, just in the sense that I think you've been working yourself into the ground, right? Like your passions, you've been just so like ambitious and excited. I mean, Taurus energy, right? You've been so ambitious to like go forward and let's go, right? But your body now needs some kind of peace, and there is a couple in this as well, so that can resonate for a few of you too. It's connecting to kind of your passion, right? So it's nourishing physically, sexually, through food, or however it resonates, but it's about focusing on your body. So make sure in March you're focusing on your nourishment in all areas, and just kind of make sure you're grounded in that sense. Your guides just want to bring that to your attention. Wow, Taurus, this is beautiful. Lastly, let's pull some, that one is backwards. Let's pull some live affirmations from your higher self. This will kind of just help you through March and hopefully give you some, just kind of more peace of mind and direction. So these cards are so slippery and my nails don't help. Okay. Affirmations for us higher self for the month of March. Okay, thank you, Spirit. Super clear. I love that. Okay, we have embrace. I embrace the power of love. Yeah, see, it's either love for yourself for some of you or love with another person, right? So, but it's about embracing love in general, because you're ready to be nourished, right? And you're going through an ego death, and so you need more love in your life. So allow yourself to be loved by yourself, by your guides, by your partner, all of the above, really, you know. Opportunity. I am surrounded by limitless abundance and opportunities. Yeah, remember the Magician. So if you're, needing help on really digging into this energy of what you're still holding on to, ask your guides for help, right? Because there's a lot of there's just a lot of opportunities around you for help. That's just what I'm hearing. And I think it's from your guides, it's from people around you. So if you need help, you need to talk with someone about this, right? You need to, whatever you need to do for you, and that might take some kind of meditation, right? And taking a break and kind of allowing your thoughts to calm down a little bit. You can kind of see what opportunity you need to take to move yourself forward. That's what I'm hearing. So, and then flexibility. I live my life with flexibility, balance, right? Being able to kind of flow a little bit. So being able to slow down, be flexible with yourself, and it doesn't have to be this strict like this. It's, what do I need today? What does my soul need today? What does my physical body need today, right? I always like to look at the deck, the bottom of the deck, because I'm nosy. Powerful, okay? You're powerful, yeah. Remember how powerful you are. Come on, Taurus, for sure. Remember how powerful you are. And again, give yourself the validation for how far you've come. Value, know your value. Love, yep. Relationships, divine timing, yep. Yes, Taurus. Well, overall, this is your reading. So let me know how it resonated down below, and leave a like as well and a comment. And let me know, what you're thinking of March so far, and if you're excited to kind of dig into some of these kind of new, I guess, kind of just move through this phase, right? And be able to kind of move into April with a new, fresh perspective, because that's what is going to be your April. So I'm excited to see your April predictions next month. But I hope you guys enjoyed this reading. Please leave a like and a comment, and I will see you guys in the next pick a card reading. I'm going to go ahead and move on to the next group. All right, Gemini, welcome to your reading. I'm going to go ahead and put your card here so you can still see it. Let's just jump straight into it, just to give you a little bit of a reminder and a refresher. The tarot cards are going to give you an overall energy for March, and then we're going to go into some kind of your unconscious thoughts, just what to be aware of for March, as well as your soul journey, what to be focusing on, your love life, getting into that if you're single or in a relationship, and then advice from your guides for the month of March. So let's not waste any time and jump straight into it. Okay, first card we have is the Five of Cups in reverse, the Prince of Wands in reverse, the Nine of Cups in reverse, the Five of Pentacles in reverse, Princess of Swords in reverse, and the Moon. Okay. So you have a lot of energy going on. I was just seeing there's a couple of cups cards here, so I'm feeling emotion. I mean, let's just go one by one. Okay, so the Moon, this is all about kind of unconscious patterns, not really seeing things as they are, right? And so I do feel like there's some things that just need to be brought to your attention. So I really have a strong feeling that this will help some of you be like, oh, I see. And then you'll like go through it, right? Because you understand balance, you understand how things need to work. Sometimes our thoughts just get clouded, right? So the Princess of Swords in reverse. So again, swords is all about your thoughts. So, and the Princess, this is also, Page, yes, the Page of Swords. She's like tying a ribbon around the sword, because basically she's owning her thoughts, right? And so I think you're stuck basically in the illusion that you don't own your thoughts. You don't think that you can, or like, it's not that you don't think, I don't think it's, I'm a little tongue-tied. It's more so that you're feeling, there's just a lot of illusion. That's kind of what the Moon says, it's about illusion. And so there's a lot of illusions that I think just need to be brought to the light for you. So with the Princess of Swords, like your thoughts, basically, you're just having a lot of illusioned thoughts, and that could be just leftover energy from the shift, right, that you're working through. Because we have the Five of Pentacles, and this is a different energy, because the Five of Pentacles, she's kind of feeling, I don't know, kind of just a little unsure, it seems like, yet you know, there is this beauty around her, but she's almost not seeing it, and that's in reverse. So, you know, abundantly, I think you're seeing a lot of abundance and you're getting a lot of abundance. Let's keep going. Nine of Cups, you know, it's kind of more about celebration. Prince of Wands, ambition, right? Let's go. It's a faster horse. Five of Cups, feeling like, you know, just ugh, right? Like, so I think the way that you're feeling ugh is in your thoughts and in your ambitions. In your emotions, I actually think you're pretty on top of, like, you're feeling pretty on top of things, because emotionally, you know, with the Five of Cups being in reverse, you're not really seeing anything that you're missing out on, right? You're not, that's not where the illusion is. Where the illusion is something to do with your thoughts and something to do with your ambitions. Let's pull some additional tarot cards on it, just because I want to clarify it, because there's a lot of energy here that seems kind of jumbled, right? And kind of, we want to have a little bit of a balance. So I think this will give you clarification on kind of what your March is going through, right? And I think your March is really clearing out this energy. Why is the Princess of Swords in reverse for Gemini? Star in reverse, Two of Pentacles. Huh, okay. So we have the Four of Swords in reverse. Yeah, let's see. The Star and the Two of Pentacles in reverse. Your thoughts need balance. Oh, okay, hold on. I think I get it. Let me pull. Why is the Prince of Wands in reverse? I mean, thanks, Spirit. Okay, so 10 of Cups, Eight of Swords, the Magician in reverse. Sorry. That's mixing these up. I'm just getting like a bunch of downloads, so sorry. I'm kind of clearing things and the messages out. So hold on, give me a second. Okay, so yeah, what I'm feeling is with the Princess of Swords, the thought that seems to be kind of in the illusion is that you don't have a balance of looking at your ambitions and realizing your worth, right? Realizing how much you can accomplish. You feel it because the Cups energy is really strong, right? You have 10 of Cups. And so that's the thing, is your ambitions are in divine timing with the 10 of Cups. It's meant to fulfill you. But you're in this illusion of Eight of Swords that you can't. I'm getting the feeling that you feel like you're not good enough for this, you know, and that is completely an illusion. Whatever the illusion is, you need to find this balance, kind of go back to the balance of realizing that you're the Magician, because this is in reverse. So again, you don't believe that you possess this power, but yet that's made very clear in the collective that this is a big energy that the collective needs to know for March, is remembering that you have Magician energy. So, and the Emperor, yeah. Okay, so what I think your guides are trying to say is in March, be aware that your ambitions are meant for you. Okay, whatever you're called to do is meant for you, and you were chosen to reincarnate on this time for a reason. You're watching this reading for a reason, okay? And so I really want to make that clear, that you're just working through figuring out the illusion of fear, of not feeling like you're good enough. And there could be other fears that you need to uncover, other illusions, right? And that's from help with your guides, as well as your emotional support group too, is what I'm hearing. Because that's like cup cards here. But like with the Star and the Magician, right? Like you still have this knowing that you're meant to do great things because you get the downloads, right? You get them. You're like, dang, that's a good idea. Or like, I want to do that, right? You're the Star. Like, and so that's the thing is, but you have this, you're not in balance. And you know, with Gemini energy, right? Balance, like you're not in balance right now with your thoughts because you're not seeing your value. And so Spirit really wants you to focus on seeing your value, because your value is what's going to make you realize that you are great and you're an emperor, right? And you're confident and you believe in yourself. Yeah, that makes sense. So for the month of March, that's what you're going to be working on, is you're basically reversing this thought so that this card turns, you know, not reverse, and you realize that you're the Magician and you allow this kind of illusion energy to dissolve, for this moon energy to dissolve. And you know, the full moon can be a good time to work on that. I can't think of when it is in March, but it would be towards, you know, the end of March. So it would be a good time to be working through, you know, those mindsets and in the month of March, and then be able to just let it go, right? Yeah, let's dig into that unconscious though, because it could help explain some of this even further. The end of the tough cycle approaches. Look at that. Okay, I think you could be in your dark night of the soul right now. You don't need to be, but overall, you're just going through just a part of your journey where you're like, you're just feeling kind of stuck and not sure what to do and just kind of discouraged. But just know that this is happening to get you out of these mindsets, right? And so know that the end of a tough cycle approaches, because I think unconsciously, yeah, you're having a lot of illusions, right? And a lot of fears, and it's coming to an end, and it will end in March. And expect powerful change to manifest through working through these mindsets, right? Because if you allow this card to be the sun instead of the moon, then you have that empowerment, right? And that illusion is not there anymore. And why this card I think is powerful is because there is a duality. It's a wolf and a dog, right? And to me, this is kind of talking about society. And so I think, you know, the fears that you're feeling or the illusions that you have are not because you've created those for yourself. It's because society has built that into us, right? It's been our default for so long, and so we all just kind of go with each other and go with the flow. But it's about breaking this illusion and be like, but why are we howling at the moon? No, I'm kidding. But you know what I mean? Like, it's about asking why do I feel this way? It's about understanding why you actually do the things that you do so that you can change your patterns, right? So let's see what's going on with your soul journey, because that could also, I think, bring some light. Oh, I'm sorry. Defensiveness, writing past wrongs, uprooting. Okay, so part of your soul journey right now is letting go of these illusions. It's, I'm sorry, I think is more just kind of saying sorry to yourself, right? I'm sorry that I'm not seeing our value, because we are amazing, beautiful soul who is meant to create amazing, beautiful things with the Magician. And so I think that's what it is it's understanding to bring in the duality of remembering who you are and saying, no, we deserve to have beautiful things. All paths lead home, inner authority, intuition, turn your gaze within. Turn your gaze within, loving and seeing your beauty and who you are, right? Because that's the thing is, it can be really hard when you're stuck in your thoughts of feeling like I'm not where I want to be, or, you know, I can't do things, or whatever the case is. This fear mindset that has been literally imprinted into us has been made our default. Turn your gaze within, because listening to yourself and going to nurture yourself and love yourself and be like, no, I'm great, will allow this Prince of Wands energy to come out of the reverse so that you can follow your ambitions and your soul path. Okay, and so that's what you're working on in March, which is really beautiful. And don't forget to ask help from your guides and from your loved ones around you. But persevere, because I know it feels like a lot, and it is a lot, but there's a light at the end of the tunnel, and that is being very clearly communicated to you. Spirit knows that this is a lot, and it's a lot to work through, and it's a big message to receive, and I feel the overwhelming feeling. I understand, but just know that every step that you take, consciously take every step, like think about, okay, what can I do to feel better today? What can I do to do better today, right? But don't expect perfection for yourself. Your guides know that working with the human consciousness is extremely difficult, and they're here to help you. And so be patient with yourself. Don't feel like, oh my gosh, I can't mess up, I have to be perfect. Just flow and find your balance, and everything else will fall into place, okay? Yeah. All right, let's dig into the love now. So this is for singles first. We have, you deserve love. Oh my God. You are lovable. Look at that. Oh my gosh, Spirit. Yes. Like that's exactly what we've been talking about. That's what I was feeling so strongly, is you're feeling like you don't deserve these great things and that you don't deserve love. And no. And so, if you're dating someone or you're just single, it doesn't matter. It's just remember, you're lovable no matter what your situation is, and you deserve to see how amazing you are. Okay, listen. You may not always understand why certain things happen. However, there always is a higher purpose to the events in your life. Through turmoil, a blessing will soon be revealed. Oh, shit. Okay, so I'm getting the thing for some of you, you've been working through a breakup, and that could be why you're feeling like you don't deserve things, because maybe you just, had a breakup, or even if that doesn't resonate with all of you, it's just about, again, realizing there's a light at the end of the tunnel. Spirit knows right now is really hard for you right now. They know, they understand. They're here to support you, okay? And remember that, look for the love and realize that you are lovable, right? And that you're amazing, because again, through turmoil, a blessing will soon be revealed. Expect powerful change like that. Spirit ain't playing. Like, this shit's coming to you. They want you to be aware that they know this is hard, and you're gonna be rewarded for all the hard work that you're putting in, because you're gonna be the magician. Damn, love it. Okay, so now for Geminis who are in a relationship, we have playfulness. To recapture romance, allow your inner youth spirit of fun to shine. Look at that. So in March, Spirit wants you to focus, if you're in a relationship, around having more fun with each other, connecting more to that inner child, connecting to more what it's like to be a teenager in love, right? It's just kind of the little bit of the playfulness that comes into the relationship can be so powerful and ignite romance again. We have time. You're trying too hard. Give it time. So I feel like, some of you who are in relationships are feeling like you want your relationship to progress, right? Or to kind of up level in some way. And that's why playfulness is the key to kind of reigniting that romance that you're missing. But just give it time, okay? Don't put so much pressure on your partner. Make sure that you're being patient with yourself. Again, remember this duality. Make sure that you're being patient with yourself and your person. And then we have only time will tell. Dang. Okay. Lastly, let's get some kind of messages then from your guides for the month of March. We have shame. Wow. Okay. Yeah. So if you're feeling shame around something, which makes sense because you don't feel worthy. And so whatever you're feeling shame of, your guides are encouraging you to let go of the shame. You don't need to feel shame for anything. And call in the divine healers, right? There's people around this person who are like judging them. So people, it could be a breakup. I think for some of you, that's a big, strong, you just went through a breakup. And so you're worried about what people think or perceive or whatever the case is. But, these guides are reaching down with love, with unconditional love. And so this, feeling of not feeling like you're worthy or not feeling like you're great has come from something in your life that's made you feel shameful. And so your guides are saying, for the month of March, please ask for our help, because we're here to give you unconditional love and realize and help you basically eliminate this illusion that you feel. Yes, absolutely. And then we have life force, Aphrodite. Love, yes, love, self-love. That is like a big, big theme for you in March. And so that's the thing, is if you're in a relationship, being playful and having fun will kind of make you connect to a more pure kind of like childlike innocence, right? And so then you can kind of fall in love in a different way and see love in a new, refreshing way. So love is such a theme for you, because even if you're single, it's about seeing how lovable you are and that you deserve love. Okay, so even if you're in a relationship, changing this mindset of realizing you're lovable will also transform your relationship. So that's what your guides want you to focus on. Let's get some affirmations from your higher self for the month of March to help you kind of just guide you through, you know, this work. I know it's going to be heavy and it's going to be a lot, but remember, your guides are here to help you, your friends, your loved ones, your collective, you know, everyone is here to support you. Any last messages from Gemini's higher self for the month of March? Okay, look at that. We got relationships. Okay, so relationships with yourself, or again, if you're in a relationship, it's about focusing on the relationships in your life. Okay, so that's also a big theme, and your higher self wants you to be aware of that. And also remember how powerful you are. Yes, your higher self is like, remember how powerful you are, please. You're the magician. You can do anything. Damn, the power is now. Yeah, now is the time, right? To work on yourself, to love yourself, to move forward with what you want. Let's look at the bottom of the deck. We have forgive. I'm sorry, forgive yourself, right? Forgive whatever you need to in your life, but forgive. I think it's yourself, right? Forgive yourself for the shame that you're feeling. No, let it go. Okay, everything is happening in divine timing. Even though some of this is feeling really heavy, just know that it was meant to happen to help you kind of shed this ego, right? And shed these fears so that you see nothing but love in your guides, synchronicity. You're gonna gain clarity in March, okay? So have hope. Yeah, beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful Gemini. Yes, absolutely. I know it feels heavy. I feel it. I really feel it. But there is a light at the end of the tunnel, okay? So don't lose hope, and remember how powerful you are, okay? And feel into love, feel into your inner love, and I promise April will be, you'll feel completely different. So I'm excited to see you in your April reading and see what April has in store for you. But overall, this was your reading. So I really hope you guys enjoyed it. Let me know how it resonated down below for March, and leave a like as well. I'm gonna go ahead and move on to the next group, but I will see you guys in the next pick a card reading. All right, Cancer, welcome to your reading. I'm gonna go ahead and put your little card here right next to the little collective reading. So just to give you a little bit of a refresher, we're gonna start with your tarot cards. This is your overall collective energy for March. And then we'll go into just kind of say your unconscious thoughts to be aware of for March, as well as your soul journey, some insights on what to focus on, into your love life for singles and relationships, and then lastly some insights from your guides for March. So lots of good information. Let's jump straight into it. Okay, so the first card we have is the High Priest in reverse, the Eight of Cups, the Prince of Swords in reverse, and the High Priestess in reverse. Look at that. Okay, so already what I'm feeling is for March, you are going to be focusing a lot on your kind of divine, your kind of just like inner divine energy, because the High Priestess and the High Priest is here, right? Those are both major arcana and, you know, really powerful, right? Spiritual kind of insights and power that they have. And so with them being in reverse, it's because that is something that hasn't quite come to fruition yet. Because with the Eight of Cups, this is a great card to see because you're moving on. You're moving on from something in your past. I kind of want to see why the Prince of Swords is in reverse. Swords will have a lot to do with thoughts. So I feel like something to do with your thoughts is kind of blocking you from reaching your highest divine potential. And that's why Spirit wants you to focus on it, because you need to reap it. It's available. Okay. Why is the Prince of Swords here? Okay, Death. The Ten of Wands in reverse. And the King of Swords. I love this card. I don't know if this is just a random side note, but I don't know if any of you like The Witcher, but this looks exactly like Geralt from the video games, like The Witcher 3. And he got like the crow and everything. Yeah, whenever I see this card, and it's funny because think about like The Witcher, right? It has to have a very calm kind of thoughts, right? Very calm thoughts, just kind of focused, right? So anyways, what I'm getting with the Prince of Swords is you are leaving something, right? And I want to clarify that too, actually. Hold on, because that I think will kind of clarify the picture. Why is the Eight of Cups here? We have the Hermit and Eight of Pentacles. Huh, I see. So I feel like March is you've left something behind, and what you're going towards is a hermit mode. And if you're not aware of this, your guides want you to know that that's what March will be, is a hermit mode for you, because again, you need to kind of dive into this higher frequency of divine that you have that you're not accessing, because I think it has something to do with your swords energy, because you have King of Swords, right, with Geralt here, and Ten of Wands too, ambition, right, being 10, completion, and then death and rebirth. So that's the thing, is I think what's happening in March is I think you're walking away from whatever you walked away from in February. Basically you're going into a hermit mode for March, and in that you're working on things, right? You're working on yourself, you're building things, you're building things around you, you're building your thoughts, you're building your ambitions, you're kind of figuring out all these things so that you can tap into this divine energy, because once you do, that Prince of Swords energy is going to take off so quick, right? Like so quick. So yeah, that's what I'm feeling. Absolutely. That's awesome. Okay, let's kind of dig into the unconscious, because that can always kind of help too with kind of assisting in giving more awareness. So let's take a look. Okay. We have balance, spirituality, and practicality. Look at that. Okay, so I think there's an important focus here for March, right? It's focusing on your spirituality and really connecting to your inner divine is something that, you know, needs to be brought to the light, but there has to be a balance of the other parts of your life, right? The things that are not spiritual, that are more practical in your life, there needs to be a balance, like having fun and those type of things like that, right? Like human things are still things that need to be a balance in your life. And so it's like you need to dig into this energy, but don't devote your life to this energy, because you need to have this balance. Having this balance will allow you to see clearly, and then come April, you're ready to step into this Prince of Swords energy. And then we also have the energy is gaining momentum. Yeah, like I just said, like that's exactly what I said, right? With the Prince of Swords, like as soon as, you know, you spend some time in a hermit mode and you realize your divine power, right? Like the Magician, like you realize your divine power with these major arcana cards, then you're going to get this really like this energy is going to come super quick because it's sword energy, right? It's thoughts energy. So it's going to come pretty quickly and you're going to be able to move forward. This is the kind of just next step in this journey, right? He's traveling up that mountain and at the mountain is the Hermit, right? Being like, hey, let's relax for a minute. And you're like, but I climbed up that mountain for nothing. No, you climbed up that mountain so you could relax and see what you want to go towards and realize how great you are, so that when you emerge from your hermit mode, you're jumping on that horse and let's go. And you're gonna be glad that you took this time. Okay, definitely something I want to say. Let's jump into kind of some insights then for your soul journey for March. We have empathic starseed. Thank you. That took a minute to get out. Energetic sovereignty, absorbing what's not yours. Okay. Look at that. Okay, so I think focusing for March, hermit mode. Okay, protect your energy. You need to protect your energy because you're an empath, and that makes sense with, you know, Cancer, right? And so and Eight of Cups too. I think you've kind of worked with your emotions too, right? And so you know you're an empath. And so realize that when you're in a hermit mode, protecting your energy is extremely important, because if you allow your energy field to be extremely clear when you're in a hermit mode and you don't let anything clog it up but your own, you can work through it much faster and it doesn't get clogged as much. That's not to say that you can't see people, just make sure that you cleanse your energy field if you do see people, because right now you're absorbing what's not yours, and that's kind of painting these different illusions that you don't want to be in, because you need to realize how powerful you are. And then soul family, call your tribe. Yeah, like I said, it's not that you can't see people. Connect with people who don't necessarily maybe drain so much of your energy. So emotionally, you know, as you're kind of seeing this divine part of who you are and these ambitions and what you want to do, start talking about that with your soul family, right? The people you feel the most connected to. Yeah, that's something to focus on for March. And then lastly, we have the Great Gathering. It's all coming together. Intuitive hits, soul tribe, soul family, soul tribe. Okay, so I think there's some big insights and downloads that you're gonna get in March being with your soul family and your soul tribe. There's some big insights that you need in order to step into your energy. So allow March to be a time where you're selectively choosing who you give your energy to, and know you're in a hermit mode, but surround yourself with people who are empowering and raising your frequency, okay? That's what you're going to be focusing on in March, which is great, which is really beautiful. It's really just about, you've climbed the mountain, and I know it's ambitious. Well, I climbed this mountain, let's go. I'm ready. I let those cups go. They're all the way at the river now. But you got to just sit back and be a hermit and just allow your energy to kind of clear and allow yourself to see clearly with your third eye, see, right, your potential and see what you're supposed to be. And those downloads will come in March. So don't worry about it. They're going to come to you. But yeah, that's overall. Let's jump now into love then. So for singles, this is for singles, stay optimistic about your love life. Positive thinking and faith will bring you romance. Okay, so I think for some of you, you've been feeling, you know, like, I'm ready to get into a relationship. I'm ready to have, you know, a partner in life. And Spirit is saying, don't worry, things are happening in divine timing, but right now you're stepping into your power, right? So spend time with that soul family when you feel these spouts of loneliness, right? Because you're not alone. That's an illusion, but it's understandable, you know, when you're feeling lonely and you're like, but I want like human interaction, right? I want to feel passion. I want to feel excitement, you know, maybe romance. And, you know, some of your friends may be not able to provide all of that, but the idea is love frequency in general. So focus on not specifically, I need this, but I just want to feel loved, right? Get that from your friends. Absolutely. Listen, life is a series of constantly shifting cycles. When we resist change, we resist the natural flow of life and create unnecessary stress. Go with the flow. You'll be surprised where it leads. Okay, yeah, so stay optimistic about your love life. Don't rush into anything because of loneliness. Remember, you're in a hermit mode. You got to save your energy, okay? So this is for March. This is really important for your mission, like for your soul path and your light work, right? Spirit really wants you to know how divine you are, but you need to focus for a while before you're able to get these things to manifest in your life, okay? Now for people who are in a relationship, we have flirt. Extend your light-hearted energy to others. So what this is just saying is share the love frequency. It's not, you know, like don't cheat on your partner, but just allow for fun, right? Allow just kind of for little flirtation. And even if that doesn't resonate for you personally, like you're like, no, then it's about flirting with your partner, right? Too. I think it can go both ways. So take it as it resonates, because just even saying to a stranger, you know, you have really, you know, beautiful eyes, or you have a really nice smile. That's a little bit of a flirt, but you're not coming on to them. You're just sharing a little bit of a nice compliment that is going to raise their frequency and yours. So it's kind of what Spirit is saying here, obviously. And so, but also flirt with your partner, kind of bring in some of that funness a little bit to your relationship. We have reflection. Give each other some space at the moment. Trust and have faith that all things work out for the best. Oh, okay. Yeah. So that's why I felt for some of you, don't, you know, go cheat on your partner, but it's also okay to just compliment people and just kind of feel into this energy. I think trust and have faith that things work out for the best. Yeah, I think you just need some space to feel lightheartedness, I think, again. And then, so you'll have to take this as it resonates, right? You'll have to see what this means for you if you're in a relationship, but you need to reflect on what it is. And if you're feeling maybe flirty, right, in general, and that you don't want to do that, you're like, but I don't want to do that. That's okay too. Like whatever, however it resonates, but you need to kind of figure out and reflect why you're feeling some of these things in your relationship, because that's something Spirit wants you to focus on for March, okay? Yeah, absolutely. All right, and then lastly, some guidance from your guides then for March. We have invention, creativity guides. Look at that. Yeah, so I think connecting to some of your divine energy is creating, right? Because think about your divine feminine energy is all about creation, right? Creativity, that's the sacral chakra. And so allow yourself to be creative and connect to that sacral chakra, because it will help you connect to your divine feminine energy, thus connecting you with kind of this high priestess energy, right? This higher self energy. Yep, that's what your guides want you to focus on, is look at that imagination. Yeah, so inner child, connecting to your inner child. That could be why the flirt here is here as well, is because flirting is kind of, you know, like kind of like teasing, like kind of kids, right? And so that's the thing, is connecting to youthful energy can be so empowering, because you kind of gain that perspective again, and you're like, oh my gosh, life is more lighthearted than we allow it to be sometimes, right? And so connect to your imagination, connect to your creativity, and allow that to really open up. Okay, look at this green too, like your heart chakra. A lot is going on with your chakras, because I keep getting the feeling of the sacral chakra, the heart chakra. Yeah, actually those two. So those could be two that you might want to also work with for the month of March, just again helping you connect more to kind of your higher self. So work with your sacral chakra, connect with your divine feminine energy. I actually have a divine feminine energy reading. If you haven't seen it, I'll put it up in the cards if that calls to you. But it's also just about connecting to your creativity. So yeah, let's then lastly pull some affirmations from your guides then for the month of March and see what we got. All right, messages from Cancer's higher self. Excuse me. Wooey. Okay. All right. We have love. Look at that. I am the unconditional creator who gives and receives love sorry, I get tongue-tied when you, or talk, you know. Plus my brain is always going like this anyways. But love, you know, love is in your life in general. I think it's kind of really about focusing on your inner love. Again, connecting to your inner divine feminine, connecting to love energy with your friends, right? With your soul family. Don't forget about this. This is, I think, a really important part of your March, is kind of not focusing so much on romance love for March, but focusing on the love that you get from other people around you. And you're limitless, okay? Love is limitless for you. Abundance is limitless. Realize your power, right? The magician power. Realize that things are truly limitless and there's enough for everybody. And get grounded. Yeah, like I said, connect with that sacral chakra, connect with that heart chakra, get yourself grounded so that when April comes, you're ready to come out of that hermit stage and you're ready to move forward. You just need the balance in your life. Yeah, your higher self wants you to kind of get this balance, right, of the spirituality and practicality, remember? So just remember that. And your higher self knows that you have desires, okay? That you have desires for companionship, like we mentioned, and just kind of desires in general, like ambitions, you know. You have desires and your higher self is aware. So what I'm hearing is be patient. This month is for a lot of the collective. It's about kind of working through some of these last mindsets to get us forward, right? Like we discussed. So whatever you're desiring, hold on to that desire because that's what you're chasing, right? That's what you're coming to. That's what you're raising your frequency to have your desires come true, because you can with the Magician card. Bottom of the deck energy, take action. So overall, Cancer, that was your reading for March. So let me know how it resonated and what you think, you know, going into March, how this applies, and if you're excited, if you're kind of nervous, let us know down below. But I hope this kind of helped bring some clarity to how you can move forward in March. But I'm going to go ahead and move on to the next group. So please leave a like and a comment and subscribe, and I will see you guys in the next pick a card reading. All right, Leo, welcome to your reading. I'm going to go ahead and put your little card right there. And then just as a reminder, the tarot cards are basically an overview of the energy for March. And then we'll jump into some of your unconscious thoughts just to bring awareness to that for March, as well as more info on your soul mission and love for singles and relationships. And then lastly, some messages from your guides. So let's not waste any time and jump straight into it, starting with your tarot cards. All right, let's see what we got. We have the Two of Cups in reverse, the Wheel in reverse, Six of Pentacles, and the World. Wow, look at that. Okay, so what I'm feeling is the World card here. March is going to be a very enlightening month for you. You're going to get a lot of downloads, a lot of enlightenment around, I don't know, let's find out actually. I'd be curious. Might need to pull clarifiers on all of these because I would like to dig into them more, especially the Will. Okay. Why is the World card here? Queen of Pentacles. Yeah, abundance. Definitely meant to come your way for sure. Like I just said. Why else is the World here? Any other info, Spirit? The Fool. Okay. Yeah. Enlightenment, right? Like that's it. Like, because you need... Abundance is meant to be... Basically, it's... Oh, actually, hold on. Yeah, you're meant to have a lot of abundance. So, but with the Six of Pentacles and the Two Cups, if you haven't donated to charities or, and it doesn't have to be with money, or it's not even charities, it's just if Spirit is encouraging you more in March to give to others in some way, right? Abundance, because more abundance is coming to you with the World card, you know, with the Fool and the Queen of Pentacles. But Spirit wants to basically, okay, I get it. Spirit wants to basically turn this wheel in your favor, because the Wheel of Fortune is always about things turning in your favor. And it's not that things are not turning in your favor, it's just that the energy is a little stuck, because there needs to be some harmony and duality of the abundance frequency. And which is interesting, because this card slid off the deck, abundance, and I read it before I started reading. I was like, huh, okay. And now I see how it's relating to this. So, I mean, I guess I'll just put that right there. Because I really think that's what it is your guys just want to kind of remind you for the month of March to, again, give to others, because that's how the abundance frequency works, right? It's a kind of a push and a pull. It's kind of the way of the universe, right? It's how some energies work, and that's how this abundance frequency works. You give to others because that's how you get more in return, right? So that's what your guides want you to focus on. And then the wheel will turn in your favor. Yeah. I just want to see if there's any other messages around why the wheel is here. Why is the wheel here and in reverse? Okay, we have Seven of Swords in reverse. And the wheel. That just felt like my face was probably hilarious. That felt like kind of like an inception moment, or just, I mean, more like a mind-blowing moment, because it's like, wait, the wheel upright? I think that's exactly, because Seven of Swords, right? Like, yeah. I think that's exactly what it is. Like, the Seven of Swords, he's kind of like a thief, right? A little bit with his thoughts, like maybe a little selfish. And it's not that, you know, you're a selfish person or anything like that. It's just that the Wheel of Fortune literally will turn in your favor. The fact that the wheel is here again, the Wheel of Fortune will turn in your favor. Once you kind of start seeing others and giving abundance to others, okay? So that's a big message for March. That is so crazy that the wheel is here. Yeah, that couldn't be more clear. Like, Spirit couldn't be more clear, which is amazing. Okay. Four Wands, yeah. Dang. All right, yeah. At first I was like, I'm gonna have to pull some clarifiers, because the messages weren't coming in clear. But then I was like, oh yeah, I get it now. So that's what you're gonna be focusing on in March, which is great, because you know everything else is really in place for you. You know, you're a confident person by nature, right? And so everything is really in place for you. You're gonna get enlightened, because what's gonna happen is once you start giving more, and again, it's not about physically giving to charities, but you can. However, it kind of fits your life, right? Your ability, like whatever is a way that you can give without it hurting you or costing you pain or anything like that. It has to be something that brings you joy and bliss. Okay, so keep that in mind, because that's the frequency you're tapping into, is you're giving to others, because that will come back to you twofold. Okay, so yeah, that's what you're working on in March, which is great. Look at that. A new start is coming. Yeah, I think April, you're going to be enlightened because of this experience, and a new start is coming for you in April. And that's the collective energy message, right? Is that a lot of what we're working on is a lot of busy work the past couple of months, right? Ever really since the portal. But a new start is coming where things are going to start falling into place more, and emotions are running high. Yeah. Yeah, and so emotions are running high. And so tune into the frequency of love first, okay? Because with, you know, all the different super moon, right? Like just as things are happening in your life, connecting to the abundance frequency is really just connecting to the love frequency, right? And so when you connect to the love frequency, it can help you kind of see things clearly. So your guides just want you to be aware that in March, emotions are running high. So make sure you're choosing love over any other, you know, more ego emotion. Cool. Okay, let's see your soul journey and soul path. We have, you got love, codependency, boundaries. Okay, yeah, so that could be something to do with the emotions, right? Is lead with love. If there's someone that you need to set up some boundaries with, that's part of a step in your soul mission, okay? So it's important to make sure that you're setting up those boundaries for yourself for the month of March, because there's some codependency. Yeah. And then we have portal. Doors are opening, you decide, rewards. Wild card. Yeah, exactly. Like portal, right? Like there's a portal to almost like fast track you, because again, the world is the end of the hero's journey, as they call it in the major arcana. This is the last card, right? Because this is the card of enlightenment. And so that's the thing, is you're hitting a huge stage of enlightenment, and you get to decide if you're going to walk through. And because Spirit is being super clear about what you need to do, and it's just about kind of balancing your abundance frequency, just kind of tapping into that part of your light work. So, and the season Minataka, seeing potential, bringing unconsciousness to the light. Yeah, exactly. So it's part of your soul journey is kind of realizing to choose love first. I think that's basically the main lesson that you're going to get from March, if you allow it to be so, right? If you go through the portal, again, we have free will. And so it's part of, I think what your soul path is saying is you get to decide if you want to take this on, but this is a really good opportunity to fast track you to where you need to go for this new start. Okay. So it's seeing your emotions as they're running high and choosing love first over anything else. Like it's bringing your unconscious thoughts of those emotions, right? Why am I feeling angry? Why am I feeling to act this way? Bringing that to the light. Wow, dang, this is some powerful energy. Like you guys, this is great. You know, that will still is like, for me, which is, it's always like a funny moment, but I still get my mind blown all the time by Spirit, because it just, you can't fake that shit. You know? All right, going into love now, and I see my kitty. Oh, hi, baby. That's Paisley. Okay, so for singles, let's kind of see what the overall energy is for March. We have religious factors. Your love life is influenced by your religious upbringing and spiritual path. Look at that. Okay, so let's see. Criticizing one another will only lead to further unhappiness. Love and accept each other as you are, and your relationship will magically transform. Okay, so I feel like for some of you, there could be someone you're dating, but you clash because you have different views religiously, or they are just kind of influenced by their culture, or like there's just basically kind of friction, right? And so you haven't move like into a full relationship, or at least you're not feeling like it, right? And so your love life is being influenced by this, but criticizing one another for each other's beliefs is not going to get you anywhere. If you truly, you know, are interested in this person and you feel like they are part of your path, then choose love, right? Remember, emotions are running high, but choose love. That's, yeah. And it will magically transform if you want it to be. Again, I think it's about this portal. Different doors and portals are opening for you, and you have the choice. So, I mean, Leo, you have the choice if you want to kind of go into a relationship with this person or not. And for those of you that doesn't resonate for, I think it's just about realizing you probably will come across people that you date, or people that are going to be like, oh, kind of turned off from the spirituality, you have to make decisions on which way to go, right? That's basically what your intuition is saying. But I think for the majority of you, it's that first one. Now for relationships, let your friends help you. Ask for acceptance and support from others. I want to see what these say. Twin flames, your passion ignites. Damn. Embrace. Through each other, you find the missing pieces. Wow. Okay, I do want to mention that if you're single and some things resonate with the relationship, vice versa, just use your intuition, okay? But what I think this is saying is, for those who are in a relationship, some of you, it's a twin flame connection, and you're probably aware of this. This is like probably like, really? Like you usually know if you're on a twin flame journey. And so if you're feeling, you know, maybe, because remember, the twin flame journey is all about your ascension, your own soul ascension. So sometimes you can get triggered, right, by your twin flame. And so let your friends help you if you're going through. Well, hello. She wanted to come be in the shot, I guess. This is Paisley. Hey, Paisley. But yeah, embrace each other. Through embracing each other, you find the missing pieces. Yeah, I feel like for those of you who are in a relationship and the twin flame resonates, even if the twin flame doesn't resonate, you don't have to be a twin flame, but this message is for everyone. Embrace. Through each other, you find missing pieces. Okay, so the partnership that you're in right now, you may be feeling like kind of off about it, not sure about it. It just seems like you feel like you're in a rut. So asking your friends for guidance and help, right? But it's also just embracing each other and looking and seeing each other's soul and remembering why you're with this person, right? For some of you, it's your twin flame. So yeah, that's beautiful though. Yeah, that's great. So it's kind of some overview on the love life. Then we have guidance from your guides for the month of March. We have suffering. Like that. Okay, so I think this is about being exposed to maybe people who are suffering, right? Again, you're sharing in abundance, you're helping out other people. So I think, again, this is about getting the lesson of being truly aware of everything and being like, whoa. Okay, you need to gain this perspective to really lead with your heart. I think that's the main lesson that's coming in so clear. We have risk. So don't be afraid to take risks. Yeah, absolutely. Because if anything is in love or anything is out of that frequency, then it's divinely protected. And boredom. Yeah, like, yeah, see, in your relationship, right? So Spirit's bringing kind of acknowledgement that your guides know that you're feeling kind of bored in your relationship. And the way to really maybe ignite that too is to take risks, but in general to take more risks and see. I feel like the risk thing is more in your relationship. It's about kind of doing something different. Maybe that makes you uncomfortable, right? Because you're feeling bored. I think the suffering is for the lesson that you're learning around leading with your heart. I mean, both situations are going to teach you to lead with your heart. And that's, I think, the final thing you need in this, for this, the World card, right? And the Wheel of Fortune again. So beautiful, man. Look at that. Plus, like, look at those colors. That is more in attention to the crown chakra. So, which makes sense because of the World card. So yeah, so we have abundance here, which is a big part of this, right? Abundance is going to come to you. So you've been feeling bored in love, but that's going to shift. The more that you give to other people abundantly, the more is going to come back. And that's including your partner too, right? Like giving to them, taking risks, whatever that is for you. Just think about how you can be more abundant, how it's going to allow you to be more abundant without you suffering. Don't make yourself suffer. You don't want to do that. It's got to be something that feels natural for you. Okay, so these are higher, this is messages then from your higher self for March. Some messages for Leos. What? Messages from Leo's higher self for March. We have limitless. Yeah, look at that. Like, I think you're starting to see that, right? You're really filling into your power with the World card here. And again, we have the Magician energy with the collective. And so you're really filling into your power. So just realize, you know, a message from your higher self, realize how limitless your power is, right? And use it for good, right? Give abundantly to people, to other people, other souls, right? Because not only will it raise your vibration, it also raises their vibration, which in general is helping the collective. That's what we're here to do. Follow your passions, yeah, and allow yourself to be passionate and fill into these things in your life. As far as like the relationship, right? Like for those who are in a relationship, or even those who are single, right? Like, find the passions in your life. And I think that's going to be important with the abundance too, right? Figure out abundantly how you can give that may satisfy some of your passion as well, right? Maybe you love animals, and so you're going to go, you know, volunteer at an animal shelter, or, you know, donate to an animal shelter, or whatever the case is. But, you know, if you're giving and working kind of abundantly in your passion, you're just going to feel the love. And that's kind of, you know, what you're getting to is kind of this ultimate heart chakra opening, which is really beautiful. Bottom of the deck energy, we have desire. Yeah. So, you know, focus on your relationship, right? Focus on passion and desire in your relationship. Or if you're single, focus on your passion and desire with yourself, you know, working on your self-love. That should always be something, regardless if you're single or in a relationship, you're always focusing on. Yeah, balance. Look at that. Balance. Great. Okay, sorry about that. My camera battery died. This obviously reading is really big with 12 zodiac signs, but anyways, so I mean, overall, this is your reading, which is really amazing. You guys have done a lot of work on yourself so far, so, you know, give yourself credit for that, and realize that you're coming into this world energy, right? The world energy that you're really going to be able to access in April. And so I'm excited to see what April holds for you. But just focus on that abundance frequency and giving to people how you can, so that you can get that love in return, and then all that will be unblocked and you'll be able to move forward. So, but overall, this is your reading. I really hope you enjoyed it. Please leave me a like and a comment down below and let me know how it resonated. And I'll see you guys in the next pick a card reading. I'm going to go ahead and move on to the next group. Okay, Virgo, welcome to your reading. So we're going to go ahead and just put that card right here. So we're going to jump into the tarot cards, which are going to give you an overall energy for March. And then we'll jump into kind of your unconscious, just to give you some insights onto what focus on for March or be aware of, as well as insights on your soul journey for March, your love life for singles and relationships, and then insights from your guides. Let's not waste any time and get straight into the juicy details. So we look at that. We have rebirth, which is death in this deck. Oh my God, the Magician. Dang, you guys. 5 of Swords in reverse. And the 6 of Cups. Holy shit. Talk about some good energy. Wow. I mean, enough said, right? Like, basically March is a rebirth for you, right? You've already done so much work the past years, right? Months, especially. The collective has been doing a lot of work the past couple months. And so you're in this Magician energy. So realize as a collective, right, that's the goal of March, is to get into the Magician energy. Realize that you're really in the capacity, which you already know this because you've probably manifested things into your life. I mean, because the 6 of Cups, your life is really abundant right now. And if you're not feeling that way, it's because you're not seeing it. So make sure you look around and are like, actually, wow, right? But I think the majority of you do see it. And I am curious why the 5 of Swords is here. But I mean, for March, what's happening is you're basically re-entering, or you're entering, not re-entering, but I guess kind of too, like re-entering as a new person, right? But you're entering March in your power. Yeah, that's basically what I'm feeling. Why is the Five of Swords in reverse here? Page of Wands. That was in reverse, yeah. Actually, no. That's how it should be. Five of Swords. Why is the Five of Swords in reverse here? Makes sense. Okay, let's see. So, Page of Wands. We have Three of Wands in reverse, Four of Swords, Eight of Cups. Look at that. Nine of Wands. And Strength. Wow. Okay, so I feel like the Five of Swords, why this is in reverse is basically you need to just, with this rebirth, March, you're coming into this rebirth and now you're coming into your ambition, right? Because like, look at this Three of Wands. I mean, the Six of Wands, the Eight of Cups, even the Three of Wands is in reverse, but still like the Eight of Cups, the Nine of Wands. And so some of these thoughts are just why there are so many cards kind of here in reverse. It's not a bad thing. Some of the energy is just kind of stuck, right? And that's pretty normal as we're going through things. It's more just being aware of the cards that you want to kind of bring to the upright, right? So, but you have the Strength card here. And so this is kind of leading this, just letting you know, step into your power and realize what March is bringing you. So what you're going to be doing is endless. Let's jump into the unconscious and stuff like that, because I'd be curious your soul journey. I think that will give us more insights on what you need to focus in on March. So we have conclusions are within reach. Okay, so if you've been feeling with this Five of Swords, if you've been feeling like stuck about something, or you've just kind of been feeling kind of like disappointed, like there is a little bit of disappointment, like kind of resentment in this card. If you've been feeling that, know that the thoughts that are causing that it's coming to a conclusion, right? Because again, you're being rebirthed. So those kind of thought patterns or those fears that you've had are basically being washed away, right? With the Magician. And then luck is on your side. Yeah, clearly, right? You got the Magician here. So I want to emphasize how huge this Magician card is, because it's, you know, here and in the collective reading. So understand how important the Magician is all about, really manifesting your reality. So understand with the Five of Swords being in reverse, whatever you're feeling still resentment towards or kind of feeling stuck towards, try to eliminate that thought process, because that thought process, eliminating it will allow you to come into your power with the Magician, and your thoughts manifest your reality. That's what the Magician is about. Okay, so, and things have already been manifesting positively with the Six of Cups, so you've already seen this, right? But just know that that's some of the last pieces that are happening as you're rebirthing in March. Dang. Okay, so your soul path, earth pulsing, pulse of the mother, slow down, time in nature. Okay, so with your rebirth, I think what you need to do now is go spend time in nature and just be still and allow some guidance and insights to come to you. I think that's kind of what March is about, right? Because I think you're going to get some insights from your guides that you'll be able to take that information and then use that Magician energy with the new moon especially, and be able to have the luck on your side, right? And be able to manifest whatever it is else that you want in your life. Dang. And then we have weight of the world, boundaries, let it go, it's not yours to carry. Yeah, so the Five of Swords, right? Whatever you're holding on to, whatever thought patterns you're still holding on to, it's time to let them go. And so I think nature can also help you do that. It's probably going to be hard to see because it blends into these cards, but there's a woman in both of these cards that's basically emerged. Excuse me, this is my cat Paisley. Emerged, like this one is emerged in water and this one is emerged in the earth. And so connecting to the earth, allowing your body to be healed. So that can be through baths, that can be, you know, going physically out into nature, but that's going to help with your rebirth because it's going to give you basically the next steps. That is insane. That is as clear as day and beautiful, Virgo. Holy moly. I mean, you know, and coming into your power. Let's go. Yeah, for sure, Virgo. Okay, So now moving into love. So for singles, we have wedding. This situation involves marriage. So listen, it is important right now to take a step back and spend time alone. Instead of placing your focus on another, now's the time to give to yourself. Okay, so I think for those of you who are single, I think are just wanting a companionship, desiring a wedding in the sense of desiring companionship. Or some of you, there's someone that you've kind of been dating, but you're not quite serious yet. And Spirit is saying, whatever the situation is for singles, right now it's time to take a step back, because again, they want to emphasize this, I think. You're entering this rebirth. And so you want to allow yourself to get familiar with basically this kind of new part of yourself, because it really is like that, right? You get kind of like, okay, I feel a little lost now. And so Spirit wants you to focus on kind of you for March, right? Fill into this rebirth, because then you can manifest whatever you want. Yep, they're definitely making sure you know that. But because they know that you're wanting companionship, or that the person you've been dating can be a relationship that will blossom. But right now there's still just some time that is needed to be focused on you, okay? So now jumping into those in a relationship, we have unrequited love. There's not enough attraction or chemistry to keep this relationship going. It's safe for you to love. Open your heart to give and receive the highest energy of all. So I think for a few of you, take it as it resonates, because I don't think this unrequited love is for all of you in a relationship, but for some of you, this relationship is no longer serving you. And you need to realize that you deserve better, and so do they, frankly, right? Because if you're not happy, then they need to find someone else who's gonna kind of elevate them, and you need to find your person who's gonna elevate you, okay? So open your heart to give and receive the highest vibration. Allow yourself to, if this is not working, evaluate that and allow yourself to see what else is out, like what else is out there. If this doesn't resonate, just in general, just know that you can open up your heart and put down some of the walls that you have, okay? Some of the walls, you're coming into your power, and so you are really powerful by nature, right? And so that can cause you to put up walls and not really wanting to let people in, because that's how you can sometimes remain in your power, by not allowing other people to have it. But your current relationship is really needing some of that, kind of putting down those walls. So again, take it as it resonates for those in a relationship. We have, when it comes to matters of the heart, there's no right or wrong. Every choice you make expands your understanding of love and life. Yeah, so for those who resonated that the relationship isn't serving you, realize that this happened for a reason, because it taught you something about love. So reflect what it did teach you about love. And in general, it's just about realizing that the relationship you're in right now, if, you're wanting to just deepen it, or those even who are single, I think this can relate to. It's just realize that every choice you've made or will make is helping you open up your heart chakra even more. Acceptance is key to inner peace. At times, we must accept things as they are. There is no point trying to change that which is beyond our control. I think that's exactly right. Acceptance. Yeah, it's accepting, right? It's safe for you to love. It's accepting your relationship, right? So accepting your relationship is not working anymore, or accepting your relationship is beautiful and you can let love in. Manifesting miracles. Your dream is soon to become reality. Trust your heart and continue to follow its guidance. I think that goes actually for both singles and couples. Because again, the magician, that's insane, manifesting, right? Because that's what we're talking about. So whatever you want in your love life, whether you're single or in a relationship, you can manifest it, and it will come exactly as you manifest it. So be aware of that as well. Be very specific about what you want in your love life when you go to manifest, right? With the new moon. But right now, for, you know, at least the first half of March, focus on your rebirth, because that's kind of the important part here, is focusing on kind of yourself and where, and getting just acquainted with this new version of yourself. Yeah, let's get some overall guidance then for your guides, from your guides for March. We have discontent. Look at that. See, some of you are discontent in your relationship, and your guides see it, and they're letting you know if you're discontent, I guess whether you're single as well too, if you're just feeling discontent in your love life in general, you know, allow yourself to see why, and then manifest what it is that you want. Okay, that's what your guides are saying to focus on for March. As well as you're gonna have an epiphany. Wow, from your higher self. Okay, you're gonna have an epiphany in March. And I think it's something to do with your rebirth. Again, you're gonna go out into nature, you're gonna spend time being submerged and allowing your rebirth to just play out for the first half, and you're gonna get an epiphany that's gonna help you in some way. I kind of want to just maybe dig into this a little bit further, just to see if there's anything else that we're missing. Why are those cards? Like, what you doing, tarot? Just kidding. Okay. Why is the Epiphany card here for Virgo? Okay. Let's see. Okay. So the Epiphany that you're going to get is definitely around your ambitions. Okay. It's around your path. You're going to get some insights on your path in general and how to kind of start walking towards different directions. And then we also have the Seven of Cups, again, building. You're kind of building things. So you're going to get the epiphany of how to start building out those ambitions. That's amazing. Yeah, absolutely. Six of Cups, and it's going to bring you a lot of joy. Beautiful. Okay. Lastly then, let's go ahead and pull some affirmations from your higher self, so we can kind of see what's going on with that. So affirmations for March from Virgo's higher self. Okay, we have opportunity. Yeah, lots of opportunity around you, right? And so I think it's opportunity for kind of multiple epiphanies, right? Like that's kind of the first thing that came to my head. Like my head, that sounded funny. When you've done like 6 groups, all my words are starting to, please edit that out. As you're going to be spending time grounding yourself, right? And again, submerging, I think you're going to get a lot of epiphanies around opportunities on how to move forward, right? Yeah, and have faith in yourself and have faith in the epiphanies that you do receive, and know that the epiphanies that you get are downloads from spirit, from your higher self, right? So have faith in that when you do get them. They're in divine timing, and believe in them, basically. And remember, you're powerful. Yeah, the magician energy, right? Like March is all about you being this powerful magician. You're stepping into this magician energy because of your rebirth. So feed into it for sure. Beautiful. But overall, those are your kind of March predictions. So you'll have to let me know down below how it resonated, and you know, how you're feeling like this is going to be for March. It seems like it's going to be a really beautiful month for you. So yeah, let me know how it resonated down below. I'm going to go ahead and move on to the next group, but leave a like and a comment and subscribe, and I'll see you guys in the next reading. All right, Libra, welcome to your reading. A little bit of change of outfit. It's another day, but hey, we're still going. So let's jump straight into your reading. Remember my little water bottle. Okay, so we're gonna start with your tarot cards and then we'll jump into the different sections. So just as a reminder, we have your tarot cards are gonna give you the overall energy for March, and then we're gonna dig into your unconscious, just things to be aware of for March, as well as your soul mission, get kind of a idea on that for March, your love life, whether you're single in a relationship, and then lastly, some kind of guidance from your guides for March. So let's not waste any time and jump straight in. We have the Ace of Cups in reverse, the Three of Pentacles, the Nine of Swords, or the King of Swords, excuse me, and the Ten of Wands. Okay. So with the Three of Pentacles, it looks like, you know, March is going to be a month of building more foundations. And there's, you know, with the three here, you're really focusing on building out what you're going to need. And people might be watching you thinking you're crazy, right? Because the Ten of Wands being in reverse and the Ace of Cups, what I'm feeling is you have this idea, right? You have this passion and this ambition with the King of Swords energy. Like you have this passion that you want to follow. But maybe people are looking at you being like, what are you doing? Like, because that's what these people are doing in this card, right? They're like looking at him like, what's he doing? And he's just carving into this stone because he knows that this is his path, right? And so I think what you're going to be working on in March is really just continuing down your path and letting go of the kind of sequence and letting go of the need for outside validation, right? Because with the Ace of Cups being in reverse, you have a lot coming for you, right? Emotionally, you should be feeling really amazing about this, and you know your ego is telling you, but people, you know, what if it's not what's meant to be? Because with the Ten of Wands in reverse, this is all about ending, right? This is all about completion, and Wands energy is passion, and that's like a big, you know, obviously overall message from the collective. And so we're really focusing on our soul journeys, right, and our passions. And so you are ready to embark on this journey, but I think it's just letting go still of people not agreeing. The thing is as a light worker and as a starseed as well, we tend to be different, right, than what other people perceive as normal, or our ideas, or people are like, that seems like crazy far-fetched. You think you can manifest stuff like that? Okay, right? But the thing is it doesn't matter. We're meant to stand out, to be our own individual flame so that we can help others in the collective, right? So I know it can feel kind of daunting to be like, well, people are not seeing my vision, or people are not buying in or agreeing with my vision right now. And that's okay, because, well, those didn't shuffle very well. Because the thing is everyone will not be the recipient of your passion, right? There's going to be a certain kind of number of people that you're gonna help. That's what we're all meant to do as light workers. We're all here to help different people, and that's why you don't appeal to everyone, but you will appeal to the right people, okay? Thank you, much better. So I just want to pull some clarifiers and just see if there's another reason why the Ace of Cups is here in reverse. Why is the Ace of Cups here in reverse? Okay. We have the Ten of Swords. Okay. And Nine of Pentacles. Okay, so what I'm thinking is, with the Ten of Swords, you're coming to like a completion. And again, I think it's your feelings, the way that you're feeling about your passions, and kind of even maybe yourself a little bit, right? You're not feeling flowing and overflowing, and you're kind of just stuck in, and the collective seems to be, myself included, the collective seems to be kind of just stuck in a little bit of the fear and ego-based kind of energy. And so we're all trying to get out of it. And so it's just being aware of where you're specifically stuck. And see, I think you're just you're just afraid of people, right? And what they think about you and how they're going to react to you. And in reality, it doesn't matter, right? And so in March, you're going to be really working on basically reprogramming your thoughts, okay? Reprogramming your thoughts around what people think about your ambitions. And because the Nine of Pentacles, because it's meant to be successful. And again, as I said, not everyone will be attracted to your idea, and that's okay, because the only one that needs to believe in it is you. And then you're going to attract that frequency of people who are also looking for something like that and are looking for guidance and assistance, and that's what you're going to be helping with, okay? So I think you're definitely going to be moving through this energy of caring what people think, and, you know, be patient with yourself, because you have to realize that we've been conditioned to be that way as a society, to care about what other people think, survival of the fittest type of thing, right? And now we're outgrowing that energy as we're in the age of Aquarius. And so be patient as you're shedding these mindsets, but it's definitely something, it's a hump that you're going to get over in March, which is great. So with the 10 of Wands, I want to clarify that too. Why is the 10 of Wands here? Okay, yeah, exactly. So 6 of Wands, again, like a lot to celebrate because your ambitions are big, you know? But there's just the balance that needs to take place, and it's really just about balancing, you know, what you need from other people, right? Because there's nothing wrong with getting validation from people, because again, you're going to attract the people you're meant to help, and of course they're going to be like, oh my gosh, this is amazing. Of course they are, but you have to be able to give that to yourself first of all, right? And I think that's the strongest, like, little purse energy she has, it looks like, right? And then you have the other thing, but this is all about balance. So it's a balance of both. There's nothing wrong with getting outside validation, because it feels good to see people be impacted by your work, right? And your passion and your ambition. It's great to see people impacted, but don't rely on it for your well-being, right? And I think that's what Spirit is just trying to tell you, is you're almost at the end of kind of this kind of energy that's just been cycling through, that's been making you feel stuck. You're almost at the end, because 10 is obviously numerology, the end. And so, and with the 10 of Wands, right, like he's moving on. And so you're going to be moving on in March, which is beautiful, because then when you hit April, you're gonna be working on your ambition still really hard this month. And you're soon gonna see that come into light, right? Which is gonna be really amazing. So let's dig into the unconscious for March. Look at the bigger picture. Yeah, exactly, like kind of what we're saying, right? Like, look at the bigger picture of, realize from a bigger perspective that you're meant to help people. There is freaking so many people on this planet. Not everyone is gonna be attracted to your light work, but the people who are going to come in divine timing, right? So realize that you are part of a higher divine plan, right? And remember, your soul chose to be here and reincarnate during this time, which is huge, because we're helping raise the consciousness, right? We're helping raise the collectiveness, the collective. So yeah, definitely look in the bigger picture and realize what you do impacts people in a positive way, and you focus on that. But again, remember, you have to look within and look at yourself too and say, I am part of this bigger picture, and I have so much to offer, but I'm the only one who, like, I only need my own validation, right? So what do you need to release? Okay, so maybe with the Ace of Cups then, you know, again, you're caring what people think, and so what else do you need to release besides that? There could be other mindsets. I want to kind of clarify, because I just want to see if there is anything else. I just don't want to miss anything. I want you to have all the information. So what else does Libras need to release in March? That's exactly what it is. Okay, yeah. Thank you, Spirit. Yeah, exactly. Look at this. We have the moon, and the moon is all about the unconscious, right? It's all about not seeing things, stuck in illusion. And see, that's exactly what it is you just need to let go of the illusion of validation. You don't need to be validated to know that you're on the right path. You validate yourself. Yeah, perfect. And then the Eight of Cups, yeah, walk away, you know, burning bowl. Do like a burning bowl ritual, which is kind of perfect for this actually, because this is a waning moon. Because if, you know, full moons can be really helpful with this, but it doesn't have to be a full moon. But doing a burning bowl ceremony might help you if symbolism really helps you, being able to say, okay, write down, you know, kind of an affirmation. I no longer am attached to people's opinions. I'm no longer driven by people's, you know, validation. And then you write it on paper and then you burn it in a bowl, right? And then you can move on, and emotionally you'll feel better when you do so, right? Because this is the cups. So yeah, that's kind of what Spirit's trying to tell you with that, which makes sense. So but a lot is going to be happening for you in March. You're going to be going through this big hoop, so be ready. Let's dig into the soul journey and see what else is going to be going on. Share your voice, come out of the cave expression. Yeah, exactly. So you might have not been, you know, sharing your idea with people because you maybe have, and you haven't gotten the support that you thought you needed. And now it's time, you know, Spirit's saying, don't shy away. It's time to share your voice. Now is more important than ever to share a voice, because the collective is needing guidance, right? Needing help, raising their consciousness, raising their frequency. And so sharing your voice, sharing the wisdom that your soul has to offer is part of your soul journey, right? And Star Family, you're part of a team of souls call and support. Right? Like, you chose to reincarnate during this time for a reason. So if you have, you know, a soul family, or you have part of your soul tribe, and really that just means you have a soul tribe that you chose to reincarnate with, you know, it's kind of a focus together. So if you know who they are in the physical realm, call in that support and say, you know, this is kind of my thoughts and this is what I'm wanting to do. And that is, get validation. If you need validation, you know, because you need to bounce your ideas off of people, it's understandable. Then do it with someone who loves you, right? And who is connected to your soul, because then they're seeing it not with their physical eyes, like not with their ego, but actually with their third eye as a soul mission, right? And so if you're not connected to your like Star Family yet, you can still call them in the 5D, right? You can meditate, you can ask your guides for help. Your guides just want you to know to call in support if you're feeling like you need someone to believe in you, because it's not that people can't believe in you, but you just don't want to put your well-being of your success in someone else's hands. There's nothing wrong with getting validation from people who love you and in general, but just make sure that it's not kind of your foundation. I think that's the better way to put it. It's not the foundation that well, that like literally flew all the way over there. I think Spirit's like, yes, that's right. Like, you are building a foundation of believing in yourself, right? And not needing people to be like, yeah, that's the way to go, or that's the right thing to do. You don't need that. So overall, that's kind of some of the general stuff that's going on in March, which I think is great. It seems like you're going to be releasing and working through a lot of things. So let's jump into the love section now. So starting with singles. Children, your love life is being affected by children. Okay. Let there be closeness between you, but always give each other space. Love never claims, it simply allows and gives. Okay, so I mean, for some of you, you know, that are single, you could be, you know, you might have children, so that makes it difficult for dating, or vice versa, right? You're dating someone who has a child, and you know, there's just a lot more that goes into it, right? And so, but I think if the children thing doesn't resonate, that I just think is for some of you. I think what this is mainly saying is, again, it's not about needing things from people, because it says love never claims, it simply allows and gives. And see, allow and give is the frequency of abundance, right? It's the give and the take, it's the push and the pull, it's the yin and the yang. It's a frequency of the universe, right? And so I think what this is kind of pertaining to is, for you singles out there, it's you're focusing on some of the last parts of yourself. And I think Spirit wants to make it very clear that March is a time to really focus on not needing validation from anyone. Okay, you really need to build that foundation and those thoughts, that basically default mindset, because it's going to help you unlock the success that is available to you, right? So I think that's really what this card is saying. But for some of you, children could be affecting your relationship, and regardless like of whatever the situation is, Spirit just wants you to kind of take a step back. And you don't need to make any rash decisions or anything like that, but just take a step back and allow yourself to kind of go inward and just kind of focus on these last foundations, okay? All right, moving on to couples, people who are in a relationship. We have trust. This situation is calling for you to have faith. That makes sense. Yeah, especially the Ace of Cups in reverse. You could be feeling just like not appreciated, right? And it says forgiveness. Okay, listen, I think this message is specifically for this, okay? Stop focusing on your energy on past events, for life is too precious to waste. You create your reality by what you think, dream, and imagine, right? And that's exactly true. So for those of you who are in a current relationship, Spirit is wanting you to be aware that there's things in your past that maybe you've been hurt in the past by this person or just someone else in the past relationship, right? And it's just boiling up some trust issues. But the reason why these trust issues are coming up is usually to make you be aware of the fear. Why am I fearing these trust issues? Because that's really the thing here. Again, your thoughts manifest your reality. So if you're constantly in fear that your partner is not trustworthy or whatever the case is, again, like kind of stuck in the cycle of still the ego, then yeah, it's going to manifest into, not that they're going to go be unfaithful, but it's manifesting the energy of you guys are not, there's kind of creating a block to energy, right? Where you're having trust issues and they're not sure why and you're not sure why, and it just can get kind of messy, right? And so again, stop focusing on the past. What is it that triggers you about these trust issues? Is it the person specifically? Is it something that happened in your past? You need to evaluate that because Spirit wants you to let that go in March. Okay, cool. Lastly, some guidance then from your guides. We have your intuition. Look at that. Listen to your intuition in March. Listen to your intuition around these connections. Listen to your intuition around what else do you need to release and why do you care what people think, right? You need to really spend time with your thoughts on analyzing, why do I seek outside validation? Because when you ask yourself that question, okay, well, I seek outside validation because, I want people to like me. Why do you want people to like you? Well, because, and it's like, once you start asking yourself those questions, you really get to the root of why you feel the way that you do, right? So listen to your intuition. I think you're going to get a lot of downloads from Spirit that are helping you kind of move yourself forward, right? And then we have compromise. Yeah, for those of you who are in a relationship, man, you got to compromise, okay? You have to understand what of your past is still holding you back. I think those of you who are not in a relationship, I think compromise is just, again, all about understanding the balance within yourself. It's about understanding that it's okay to, again, get outside validation, but it can't be your foundation. Cool. Very clear, Spirit. Thank you. Okay, lastly, we're going to pull some live affirmations from your higher self for March. That's a beautiful crow. Huh. There's a crow that just literally flew right in front of my window. It's funny because where I live, there's not a lot of trees around me. I live in kind of like a farm-ish lands area. There's no farms anymore, but it used to be farmland. And there's no trees, but there's crows always around my apartment. So maybe a crow means something to you. It doesn't have to, but it could. If it does, that could be a synchronicity. All right. Wow. Okay. I don't even have to say it. Look at that. Okay. A lot of abundance coming your way. Your higher self wants you to know that. Please work on these foundations so that you can claim this abundance. And then we have grounded. Yeah, see, ground yourself, spend some time going within, be grounded so that you can, again, build the foundation of not giving a F what people think. Because you need that foundation for your soul mission. That's being so clearly communicated. I keep getting that download to say it over and over. Again, your intuition. Why do you feel the way you do about things? I think this is a big thing that Spirit wants you to focus on is, why do you feel trust issues? Why do you feel the need for validation from others, right? Like, Spirit just wants you to look within and see why you feel the way you do, so that you can say, that no longer serves me. I don't want that mindset anymore. Or that mindset does feel still true, but I need to modify it, right? And then you need to basically respond. And what this kind of means to me is more that now that when you get those insights, respond and actually put them into action into your life, okay? Because I think it can be easy to dig into those things, or not really dig into those things and just assume that you may know exactly what it is without actually digging in. So respond to yourself and do what you need to do to move yourself forward. But I mean, overall, this is your reading, Libra, which is beautiful because you are so close to achieving so much beautiful abundance that's available for you to reap, right? So April is going to be really just focusing on some of these last foundations that are needed for your light work and your soul mission. So that's beautiful. Let me know how this resonated down below, and if you're excited for March, leave me a comment, a like, and a subscribe. And I will see you guys in the next reading, but I'm going to go ahead and move on to the next group now. All right, Scorpio, welcome to your reading. I'm going to go ahead and put your card there so you can still see it. So just to give you a reminder, the first cards are the overall energy for March, and then we're going to dig into your unconscious, just get an idea of what to focus on for March, as well as your soul journey and path for March, and then your love life, whether you're single or in a relationship, and then lastly, messages from your guides. So let's just jump straight in. Okay, we have the Seven of Cups in reverse, the Eight of Wands, the Three of Swords in reverse, and the Princess of Wands. Wow. Yeah, strong Wands energy kind of throughout all of the groups so far, which makes sense because that was such a big message in the collective. So already what I'm seeing is the Seven of Cups being in reverse. Basically, you're seeing things pretty clearly, right? You're seeing things as they are, because usually the Seven of Cups, he has a cup right next to him, right? And he's feeling empty. This can mean a lot of different things, right? But he's feeling empty. He's feeling just kind of discontent. Like he feels like he's missing something. So with it being in reverse, you don't have illusions of that for March. You have some pretty good energy going on, because you have the Princess of Wands, right? Someone who's very ambitious. She's taking those ambitions and walking with them. She's in her firepower, right? She's in her divine feminine energy. So that's definitely a theme for you for the month of March. I do want to clarify the Three of Swords, just because I have a feeling, but I just want to double check. It always helps to just pull even more intuitive images in. Okay, why is the Three of Swords here? Knight of Swords and Eight of Wands in reverse. Okay. I think your thoughts are, okay, so what I'm getting is, I just had to take a second. With the Knight of Swords, he's like running to his motorcycle, right? And he has like a raven or a crow flying over him. And so I feel like some of your thoughts are still a little bit kind of jumbled, right? And this tends to be the case so far with all the readings, because it's just, as a collective, this is just an energy that we're still trying to dispel. So it's not surprising to see this, but it just seems like your thoughts are still working through some of the ego, right? Because with the Knight of Swords, you're excited to start with your passion, right? The Eight of Wands, normally not in reverse, is all about coming together. Let's get that passion. This is getting further within the passion journey, right? And the Princess of Wands, like, you're ready. And even the Eight of Wands, like, oh shit, the Eight of Wands is here twice. I didn't even realize that. Interesting. Yeah, these are kind of sending me two different intuitive messages though, because this Eight of Wands, I feel again like you're ambitious and you're ready to start throwing your wands. You're ready to start going towards your ambition, right? Like you're ready for it. The Princess of Wands, like that, you're going to be embarking already in March. I just didn't even notice that but with this intuitive message, again, as I was saying, it's more about coming to the completion of your kind of passion, right? Where you kind of now start implementing it into your life, but it's in reverse because you need to work through some more of your thoughts. Actually, let's take into the unconscious. Actually, before I do that, sorry, I keep getting different intuitive messages or downloads like, do this, do this. So hold on a second. I want to clarify just this Eight of Wands because I just want to make sure I'm not missing anything. I feel like there's another message. That was not the cleanest shuffle. These cards are a little bit smaller. I tend to like the bigger cards, but this is a good deck. Okay, let's try that again. Kind of messy. All right. Why is the Eight of Wands here for Scorpio? There we go. Thank you. Oh, the star. That's interesting. That card. Did you see that card fall out? Like, wow. It fell out kind of at the beginning, but I put it back. I wasn't sure. Yeah. Okay. So, yeah. You're in your star energy. Like, you're ready to push those ambitions forward. Yeah, it's exactly what I was thinking. So, I still feel like there's more about this Three of Swords, though. I'm gonna just see if they'll give me any other messages. Any other messages, Spirit, around why the Three of Swords is here in reverse for Scorpio? Get some more information. Some more information. Some more card, Spirit. Thank you. Look at that. Two Knights cup. Two Knight cards. 10 of Cups. 5 of Cups. Huh. Okay. So I want to see the unconscious cards. Maybe they're going to kind of provide a little bit more insight for us. Nothing is yet set in stone. Okay. And then it's time to look at that full moon in Scorpio. Time to release negativity. Okay. Yeah. So what I'm actually kind of feeling is for some of you, what's stopping you some of the thoughts that are still holding you back is something. Hello, this is my cat Paisley, excuse her. For some of you, it's something to do with your emotions, right? So it's your thought and it's your emotions. Even though you're not dwelling in energy anymore, I'm feeling like some of you may have went through a breakup pretty recently because there's kind of a lot of love energy that's connecting to this because this Three of Swords, you can see there's like a heart stone right in the middle with the swords. And that's what I kept feeling. I was like, it seems like a love connection, but I wasn't really feeling how it was fitting in. But I think some of the energy that is just feeling stuck is just kind of from the past, right? And so it's time to release like the negativity or the feelings that you've been, I feel like it is kind of negativity, right? Not negative energy. It's just energy that's keeping you stuck because of your past, right? And so it's time to be the Knight of Swords and move on from this. That's really what I'm feeling because that's what seems to be keeping you stuck. And it's crazy, this full moon is Scorpio for Scorpio. It's time to release the negativity of the thoughts that are holding you back. And you might need to identify that, right? Like the love and like, you know, a recent breakup may not resonate. I think that's only for some of you, which is why it was hard getting that message out. But I think for all of you, basically, what this card is just saying is there's still thoughts that are causing kind of this negative energy that's causing it to be stuck. And you don't want to end up as a 7 of Cups, right? Where you're kind of like feeling like, oh my gosh, you know, I don't have enough in my life. Like right now, that's not the energy of March, right? You're in the energy of letting this go. So you're gonna let this go in March because it's time to release the negativity, and nothing is yet set in stone. So let's see why that card is here. Why is the nothing, what is not set in stone yet for Scorpio? Yeah, look at that. 8 of Cups in reverse and 10 of Wands. Okay, so yeah. What this is saying is, again, 10 of Wands is all about, 10 is about endings, right? In numerology, and Wands is all about the passion that we're talking about. So your passion and your soul mission and everything that you're going to be focusing on March, it's going to come to completion. Okay, nothing is set in, so meaning nothing is set in stone because you have some choices to make. That's what I'm hearing. Like with the Princess of Wands, nothing is set in stone because yes, your path is predetermined, right? Like you accepted your soul mission before you reincarnated on earth, and now you're just remembering what it is. But that doesn't mean that every step is put out for you. You still have free will. You still have the option to choose. So I think there's just choices that need to be made here. You need to decide what direction basically you want to go, right? And so that's kind of figuring out for the month of March. You're going to figure out what direction you want to go, and just remember nothing is set in stone, and you can choose what direction you want to go in. The 8 of Cups, you need to leave all the other ones behind when you decide. That's exactly what this is saying, is you're kind of leaving it behind. So that makes sense. Yeah. So just know that for sure, that you're really just working through this. And as a collective, we're all working through letting go of the ego default. It's much harder said. It's harder to do, right? It's literally trying to reprogram the way your brain works. So be patient with yourself, but you need to dig into what mindsets are still not serving you, and spirit, you know, isn't wanting to tell me very clearly, because I think your intuition is supposed to dig into this in March. Okay, you've already done a lot of work on yourself. You have a lot of self-awareness, so I think this is definitely something, and you might already know, your intuition might be screaming at you right now, I know exactly what it is. So let's dig into your soul journey and path, because I think that might also tie in. Look at that. Forge, don't follow, pave a new path. Okay, and you're already doing that with the Princess of Wands, right? But I think this is around the decision that you need to make. So again, you need to make a decision about what direction you want to go. So make a decision, figure out what it is, but just remember that part of your mission and part of kind of star seeds and light workers in general is we're leaders. You're natural born leader. And because of that, you have to forge your own path. You can't follow someone else's path. So, you know, the different options you have, the different paths you have available to you, look at the one that is not paved out. And that's the one you really want to go down, because that is what is meant for you. That's where you're going to really create something super beautiful. It says, be the leader you wish you had. Wonder Woman, have you answered your deepest calling? Yeah, there you go. Even more decisions with making a decision, right? On which way you want to go. Have you really thought deep down, what would I be happy doing when I'm 60? What would I be happy doing when I'm 80, right? Like, or whatever the case is, but what would you be happy doing the rest of your life? And look at it from that perspective. Time is an illusion, but the rest of your human life, right? What is it that is going to make you wake up every day and say, this is right. This just feels right. You need to figure out what that is, and you go down that path. Heareth, longing for home, homesick for the stars. Yeah, starseed. You're definitely a starseed. And so that could be some of the energy that is here too, that's kind of stuck, that doesn't seem to want to clear out, even for me, right? It doesn't want to come clear. I think it's about going within, and it's about figuring out what last mindsets are not serving you and disposing and choosing your path, and that's what you're focusing on for March, because the big overall goal is to choose a path in March, because once April hits, you're right on that path, right? Dang. Okay. I'm glad that kind of got cleared up, because I was like, what the heck? This is not coming through clear. And your intuition knows what it is. Totally knows what it is. All right. So for singles, jumping into the love life now, we have retreat. Look at that. It's a time to disconnect from the world. Yep, exactly. You need to go inward, and that's kind of an overall message too with the collective too, you know? Like the magician and the hermit always kind of remind me of each other. You know, that's not the story in the major arcana, but just for me personally, I think of the hermit as kind of going within and kind of learning your personal power, right? And then the magician is your power. And the magician energy is what we have as a collective here. And so that's the thing, is retreat and spend some time inward so that you can figure out which mindsets are no longer serving you, so you can walk forward in your passion. A message for you. I'm thinking of you this very moment. Your love fills me with light. I love you. So that doesn't necessarily have to be from, you know, a love. That can be even a message from your higher self or your guides. Whoever popped into your head first when I read that, that's your intuition telling you. You know, it's more of just an encouragement of realizing, again, your love fills me with light. Your love, your frequency fills the collective with love and light, right? Because that's what a light worker is. You're raising other people's frequencies and consciousness. So I think it's great. Cool, that makes sense. Now going into couples, we have true love. This is a romance of a lifetime. So you're definitely in a soul connection right now, which is really beautiful. Imagine all unwanted thoughts dissolving into light, creating room for new opportunities and possibilities from your life. So it seems like your relationship's going pretty well right now. And I think it's more now about being the magician, right? And kind of working on what's no longer serving you and allowing love to come in, right? Because that's really what it's saying. It's imagine all unwanted thoughts, okay? All unwanted thoughts. All unwanted thoughts, okay? Dissolving into light, creating room for opportunities and possibilities for your life, for new opportunities. So that's the thing, is once you change those thought patterns, okay, once you do that, more love is coming into your life because you're raising your consciousness. You're raising your frequency. Cool. I love you. Hey, Mimi. Okay, and then the last cards are basically messages from your guides for the month of March. So we have psychic awareness. Divine soul. Okay, so you're going to be definitely getting more downloads. And so your guides are probably going to be giving you downloads on these mindsets that aren't serving you, right? Because they're going to appear in your life where it's like something, this is bothering me, or I feel this way, or this is happening. And it's spirit trying to get you to reflect on why this affects you, right? So that you can let it go. And then appreciation. Yeah, so working with your guides, right? Have appreciation too for the love that is already in your life. Because I think you could be feeling, again, a little stuck maybe with that. And so your guides really want you to kind of practice daily gratitude, right? To really focus on what you have in your life, because it will help clear out that unwanted energy, right? That energy of, I feel like this kind of goes with this, like, or not that one. Scales my, this one. I really like it with this because it really is all those unwanted thoughts. What do you not want to be there? And you can ask your guides for help, right? And it's about having appreciation for the love and how far you've come to have appreciation for yourself, not just your guides for, you know, how they've helped, but also yourself for all the work you've put in. Because it's not like your guides hand you things and you're like, here, your life is magically easier. That's not how it works. They're here to help you and help you unlock what is already available to you. You just forgotten, right? But you've put in a lot of work too. So you need to appreciate yourself and focus on that for March. All right, lastly, we'll pull some affirmations from your higher self for the month of March. Okay, messages from Scorpio's higher self for the month of March. That one fell. All right, so we have purpose. Look at that. I wake up every morning serving my life's purpose. Remember how I talked about the Wonder Woman? Like, you need to really decide on which path you want to go down, right? You need to decide on what it is that you want to do. What do you want your purpose to be? What are you going to be happy doing? Waking up every day. What's not going to feel like work? Are you answering your deepest calling? So really focus on what do you want your purpose to be? And then look at that balance. So your higher self really wants you to focus on balance, right? And that seems to be an overall energy too for the collective, is balance. And again, it's about balancing kind of yourself, right? Well, obviously, but it's more about kind of balancing the different energies, because the thing is the ego will never go away. It's part of the human experience. Some spiritual, some souls have been able to, completely dissolve the ego through spiritual practices. But when you're living more within society, more integrated into society, it becomes more helpful to have the ego. But it's about working and understanding your ego and not, letting it be the default. Your soul your higher self, basically, right? Your soul needs to step into the default. And so that's really what you're focusing on for March, and we all are, right? So you're balancing kind of your ego and your higher self. So as you're going to be clearing out this energy, you'll see things a lot more clearly, and your higher self is basically taking the reins at this point, right? So yeah, overall, this is your reading. I just wanted to see the bottom of the deck for some. Look at that. Gratitude. Right? Like, have gratitude for yourself and for your guides. The truth. Yeah. Get the truth. Figure out what your truths are, your inner truth of what you want to do with your life again. Or, what it is that is still holding you back. What are those truths? But overall, Scorpio, this is your message for March. So let me know down below how it resonated, and if you're looking forward to March, and kind of what your thoughts were overall around this. But I'm going to go ahead and move on to the next group. So please leave a like, comment, and subscribe, and I will see you in the next pick a card reading. All right, Sagittarius, welcome to your reading. I'm going to go ahead and put your card right there. So just as a little bit of a refresher, the tarot cards are going to give you the overall energy for March, and then we'll jump into your unconscious just to get some insights on what to focus on for March, as well as some cards on your soul journey and path for March, your love life if you're single in a relationship, and then lastly some insights from your guides for March. So let's just jump straight into it. We have the Queen of Swords. Damn, it's a good one to get. The Hanged Man. Wow. Strength card in reverse. Okay. And then the Four of Cups. Okay. All right. Already what I'm getting is Queen of Swords, right? Swords is all about thoughts, and that's a big focus of the collective of March, is to kind of continue working with the ego and continue working with our thoughts so we can kind of reprogram our default, right? So, but the month of March, you're basically getting that perspective that you need, because you're in a Hanged Man energy, which is amazing, because this is the energy of seeing clearly, of seeing, being like, oh, I see, I get you from that third eye, right? So Queen of Swords, for March, you're gonna be in a pretty empowered energy with your thoughts. The only thing that, you know, Spirit wants to bring to your attention just to focus on for March is remember that you are in a Hanged Man perspective, right? Is the Strength card is in reverse because the Four of Cups is here. And the Four of Cups is all about discontentment. As you can see, there's like a cup over there that is full of water behind them, but they don't see it. All they see is the empty cups. And so you might be feeling a little bit discouraged with something in your life, and we'll pull some clarifiers just to get it. But that's why the Strength card is here in reverse, because you're not feeling at your strength peak. So in March, you're gaining the perspective. You're still in a pretty strong energy though. So it's not that this is bad. It's not that you're not in a strong energy. You really are, but you're just getting out of whatever you need to get through. And that's kind of the collective as a whole, is we're all releasing something in March. Again, we're still releasing old thought patterns. So let's check into that Four of Cups and see why that's here. Because then, yeah, that way we can just make sure that we have all the info. I want to make sure you guys have everything you need to put these insights into action. That's a big goal of my channel. Wow. Did you see that shuffle? I don't tend to like these smaller cards as much as I like the oracle size cards, but this is a good tarot deck, so very intuitive. Let's try that again. All right. Okay, cool. Okay. I mean, I didn't even say anything. All right, let's see what Spirit's trying to say here. We have Four of Pentacles in reverse. We have the King of Wands. We have the King of Cups, Six of Pentacles, Page of Pentacles, jeez, and Seven of Swords. Okay, so I think you're feeling discontentment just kind of overall, it seems like, because you have the King of Cups here, which is more about emotion, right? King of Wands, all about that ambition. You got Pentacles here. So there's a lot of things coming your way, and you're gonna be in your strength. You're gonna hit your strength at the end of the month for sure, of March, because you have these energies here, right? You have these King cards here. So there's definitely a higher energy here. It's just about, I think it's about breaking the illusion, because this Seven of Swords, yeah, the Seven of Swords, it kind of looks like a thief, right? And there's like crows or ravens like all around him, and he has like this knife in his hand. And so there's just an illusion that you need to break. You just basically need to break the illusion. Okay, let me clarify what that illusion is though, because that's clearly what the Four Cups is saying. Like, that's clear what the issue is there's another illusion that you need to break, but I want to see what that illusion is. Okay. What is the illusion that Sagittarius needs to break in March? It's around your ambition. Okay, it's around your ambition. See, the World card is the last like part of the major arcana, right? Like the hero's journey. So because this is all about enlightenment, and so you're having an illusion that you don't realize that you're actually in this enlightenment stage, right? And part of the enlightenment is being in the Strength card, realizing how amazing you are and following your ambition, right? And following your positive thoughts, right? And like, you're getting all of these downloads, I think, with the Hanged Man, or you're going to in March, I mean. And so the Strength is in reverse because you need to see past the illusion. You don't see how divine you are. You're not seeing it clearly. And so getting this Hangman perspective in March is going to allow you to see more of your divine energy. And thus you're going to go into your strength and be able to kind of get rid of this illusion, right? That's what you're going to be working on in March, which is great because you've already done a lot of work. I can really see that with the Queen of Swords. The Swords energy is some of the hardest to kind of change because, again, that's your thoughts. And the thoughts is, changing your thoughts is one of the hardest things to do. And so it's like you really need to give yourself a lot of credit for everything that you've already done. Okay, but let's dig into the unconscious. A fiery climax approaches. Okay, yeah, see, I think that you're definitely going to, Spirit is going to show you in March your true power, okay, because you're getting that Hanged Man. And so there might be an event that happens that kind of shakes you to step into your strength. That's kind of what I'm feeling, right? Is you'll be not tested, but just kind of, Spirit just will show you how amazing you are because you'll be in this Hangman perspective. They're going to show you your strength, okay? A time to give rather than take. Yeah, so also going into your strength, right? When you give to other people abundantly, whatever that is, it doesn't have to be money or anything like that. We're just talking about the abundance frequency in general is all about giving to other people, because when that happens, when you give to others, it raises your frequency and thus you're stepping into your strength energy, right? You're stepping into your divine energy because that is what a light worker does, right? They help other people where they can. Remember, helping other people is not about giving up your boundaries though, okay? Make sure that however you help people makes you feel in power and doesn't take your power away. Not overpowering them, but just meaning it makes you feel strong and beautiful and love, right? You're in touch with your love energy, and that's what we're talking about when we're talking about the divine feminine. So yeah, let's dig into the soul journey because I think that kind of moves into this. Devotion, potency, make your life a living prayer, the cosmic heart. Exactly. You're going to be spending a lot of time with your higher self and your divine kind of feminine energy. And I have done a reading on messages from the divine feminine, which I guess would be over here. So I'll put that up in the cards if you're interested, because that can at least give you some messages from your divine feminine of things to focus on or affirmations. It's really just a lot of affirmations, positive things to make you see how amazing you truly are. Unbound, releasing soul patterns, contracts, and past lives. Look at that. See, yeah, you're getting this new perspective because we're all kind of releasing old patterns, right? And so specifically, you know, you might be working through some karmatic debt, and I feel like you're towards the end of it, which is why there's a lot of more higher energy, because you've worked through a lot as it is, and so you're just finishing releasing it. And so stepping into your strength power is you stepping, you know, unbounding basically, right? You're no longer bound to your thoughts. You're no longer bound to, you know, whatever the case is for you. I want to clarify it, but then Spirit's like, no, they know. Okay. Thank you, Spirit. And then the last one we have is 7 Star Sisters, birthing creations, tapestry of life expression. Yes. So stepping into, you know, your soul path, you know, what is it that really, I think what I'm getting is you're going to get downloads in March regarding kind of birthing new creations, right? Creating, when you step into your divine feminine energy, when you step into your strength card, what you're doing is you're stepping into the energy of connecting to your sacral chakra, which is where creativity lies. That's where your sexuality lies. It's the divine feminine energy. So that's really what you're going to be focusing on, March, is stepping into that, right? So you're going to be creating new things. That's going to be part of your soul journey. So just trust it and follow whatever is coming to your intuition. Yeah, this is beautiful, Sagittarius. You have a lot of beautiful energy here. It looks like March is going to be a really empowering month for you, which is really exciting. Let's jump into love now. I'm starting with singles. We have deception. Someone is wearing a false self mask. in this relationship. Okay, so there could be someone that you're dating or you've dated in the past who keeps trying to reach out to you, and Spirit wants you to be aware that they're decepting you. It could be like an energy vampire or someone who is not part of your soul mission, basically, right? So, and if that doesn't resonate, let's see what the other cards do say. We have trust. Transformation occurs through acceptance. Once you accept your current situation, it will automatically transform. Once you accept that you're divine, whoever is meant for you, your soulmate, it will start to manifest because your frequency is being raised. Especially when you're giving more to people and you're in that abundance frequency, you're going to be getting more from the universe because you've opened yourself up to receive love. And that's what this is saying, is transformation occurs through acceptance. So accept your greatness, okay? And then the last one we have is sexual union. Honor the place in one another where you are one eternal soul, for there you will find true bliss. Okay, so Spirit wants you to focus a lot on you this month. A lot of your divine feminine energy. Again, I talked about the sacral chakra. That's where sexuality and creativity lie. And they really go hand in hand because they are passionate energies, right? So, however you can, if, you don't want to kind of dig into your sexuality, whatever really ignites that part of your divine feminine, you'll know what is unbalanced and what needs to be worked on with your sacral chakra and just kind of your divine feminine energy in general. But that's really what Spirit wants you to focus on for singles, okay? Now for people in a relationship, we have make the effort. Great love is worth taking the steps you're guided to take. Okay, so Spirit wants you to give more to your partner, right? Give more love, give more abundance, compromise more with your partner. So definitely just make the effort in this great love that is in your life right now. Okay, listen to this. Don't make decisions based on guilt or what you think you should do, for it is only being true to yourself that you be true to others. So making the effort, don't make the effort on what you think you should do. Make the effort on, I love this person. So I think the effort will come a little bit more naturally, again, once you step into your divine feminine energy. Once you step into this divine feminine energy, a lot of things will become more clear for you from the Hanged Man, right? Because I feel like this is the first thing you need to do, and then this Hanged Man will take effect, and then you're gonna see things and be like, oh, yeah, that's really what I'm feeling for kind of the love energy. Then let's jump into kind of messages then from your guides on what to focus on for March. We have shadow, divine healers. Okay, yeah, so focusing on, and really this is about your ego, okay? Your shadow self is your ego, because it's all just about, your shadow self is a lot of your unconscious, not just your ego, but your ego is part of your shadow self, because your shadow self is basically the unconscious part of you that makes decisions without you really having to think about it. It's mindsets that are default because that's been programmed by your shadow self from experiences throughout your life, right? So your guides are just letting you know you're working with your shadow self, or aka your unconscious, your ego, on kind of dissolving this illusion of not seeing that you're amazing. Family, look at that. Family, Holy Spirit. So for some of you, this could be, spending time with your family, but I also got the feeling that your soul family, right? Your guides, your higher self. Even, if you have some of your soul family that's physically incarnated with you too, spending time with them is going to help you kind of get into this energy, get into the abundance energy, right? Of the give and the take, the push and the pull. And that's really what is going to be a focus too for March. Spirit wants you to spend time with people that you love so that you can kind of raise that love frequency, because it will help you raise it for yourself, okay? Lastly, let's get some messages from your higher self for the month of March. Messages for Sagittarius' higher self. Look at that. Love. Right? Like love is a big thing. It's self-love. It's finding your inner strength, but it's also diving into the love around you. Okay, that's something that your higher self wants you to focus on in March, and also realizing that now is the time to make these changes. Okay, now is the time to dissolve this illusion and go into your strength. Now is the time to really figure out, kind of just move yourself forward, right? Get out of this energy. You're gonna have the clarity that you need because of the Hanged Man, okay? So your higher self wants to give you these confirmations that March is gonna be such a big month for you. I can't like emphasize that enough. It's gonna be such a big month for you if you allow yourself to see your greatness, right? But overall, this is your energy for March and your reading. So let me know down below how this resonated and what you're looking forward to in March. You have a lot to look forward to. This is beautiful energy. But go ahead and leave me a comment and like and subscribe, and I will see you guys in the next pick a card reading. I'm gonna go ahead and move on to the next group. All right, Capricorn, welcome to your reading. Represent, I'm a Capricorn. Well, obviously there's a lot of other things in my chart, but Capricorn is definitely something I resonate with. So just to give you a little bit of a refresher, these are going to be the overall energy. The tarot cards are going to be your overall energy for the month of March. We're going to dig into your unconscious just to see what to be aware of for March, as well as insights on your soul path and journey, and then dig into your love life for singles and those in a relationship, as well as some last messages from your guides. So let's not waste any time and jump straight in. We have Seven of Wands in reverse, the Hermit, Seven of Swords, and Queen of Wands. Look at that. Okay, so with the Seven of Wands, this is all about being defensive against, you know, basically an ambition, a passion, and we're really focusing on your ambition and passions. That seems to be, again, in the collective energy, right? And so we're really focusing on that ambition. And so with this being in reverse, you're not defensive of your ambitions. In fact, you're on top of your ambitions because of the Queen of Wands. You believe in yourself, you believe in your ambitions. So that's not, you know, the thing that you need to focus on. What Spirit is wanting you to focus on is the Hermit is here. So March is going to be a Hermit mode for you. And the Hermit mode is so important because it allows you basically to have like a hangman perspective almost, right? Like sometimes those cards can really go hand in hand because when you go within, you can come to peace, right? And you can see things clearly because your thoughts aren't so jumbled. Because that's what I'm getting right now with the Seven of Swords is you're ambitious, right? And you're working hard and you're working towards all of these things, but you're still feeling kind of overworked and just feeling like you can see he's kind of like going like this because he's just kind of feeling kind of beat down, right? Like it's a lot. Your thoughts are really still kind of overpowering. I want to kind of see what it is that is kind of not clouding, but basically taking up space. I think that's the best way to describe it. Why is the Seven of Swords here for a Capricorn? Oh, wow. So, okay, so we have the Will. So things are turning in your favor, and you know that, I think. I think you have a deep knowing that you know things are changing. And the Knight of Pentacles, you know, you are going to collect this abundance. He's kind of like dropping it, right? But you're going to be collecting it, or you could have moved on from a different situation to follow your ambition, and you know, you're still having kind of some fears around kind of letting things go. King of Pentacles, definitely a lot of success though. Yeah, see, there's still a, because we have the Moon, which is all about the unconscious. There's kind of still some fear here. Spirit, can you give me any more information on why the Seven of Swords is here? What does Capricorn still need to focus on with their thoughts? What is clouding their thoughts? What's clouding their thoughts? Okay. Okay, Five of Pentacles, money, Ace of Swords. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I think it's just, it's something to do with money. So your thoughts are kind of manifesting as stress, right? Because maybe you moved on from an opportunity and you're looking at doing a new opportunity. Maybe it's not going to make as much money as you think it will, right? But things are not as they appear because there's a lot of abundance for you, especially with the Wheel, right? We're talking about things turning in your favor, okay? So even though you may be feeling, maybe it doesn't have to be about money, but you are feeling a lack of something, though it's truly an illusion, right? Like this card is pretty powerful because, I don't know if you can see it, but she's like, you know, obviously very distressed, and there's a door and there's pentacles on the door and there's a lock, right? And so she's feeling like she can't access this money, she can't access what she needs, but do you see the key is like literally right here? And so this is the illusion of you fear that there's something lacking in your life. And I think for most of you it is like finance, but it doesn't have to be for all of you. But you feel like there's something lacking and it's kind of causing you stress. It's not stopping you from doing what you're doing, right? But in March, you know, you're going to be dealing with letting go of this mindset. And the way that you're letting go of this mindset is with the hermit mode, right? So when you're in kind of your hermit space and you've made more space for yourself, analyze, kind of face basically that fear and say, we're okay. We know Spirit has confirmed, you know, that excuse me, this is my kitten Paisley. She definitely likes to make an appearance when I'm not giving her attention. What? Show him how cute you are. Don't show him your bum. Show him your cute face. Oh, hey baby. Yeah, she's so cute, huh? Yeah, she's my little nutso. I mean, she's not a kitten anymore. She's like a year? Yeah, she's a year. So anyway, sorry about that. But yeah, so once you go into that, once you go into that hermit mode, you're really gonna get the clarification that you need to kind of stop this energy of kind of just fear, right, around money. It's completely understandable. It's a hard time for a lot of people right now. Let's dig into your unconscious. Look at that. We have, got fur in my mouth. Step out of your comfort zone. Anyways, so step out of your comfort zone. Yeah, so it's, you know, for some of you where the money, you know, maybe resonates, step out of your comfort zone on how can you maybe make more money from other outcomes, like other avenues, right? Even if it would be uncomfortable, maybe it would be something that would help you in your journey right now, right? But let's see actually why that's here, because I am curious, because that's one message for some of you, but not for all of you. Why is a step out of your comfort zone here for Capricorn? Okay, we have Three of Pentacles, okay, and Three of Cups. Wow. Actually, I'm wrong. It's not even about that at all. Spirit wants you to step out. I mean, it could be that, but it's stepping out of your comfort zone to meet new people. Because look at these cards. There's 3 people in each, like there's a trio, right? And they're all like supporting each other. They're all helping each other. And so I actually feel like that's something for you where it's like, if you have not met your whole soul tribe, it's time to, you know, step out of your comfort zone, maybe into some other social area so that you can meet more of your soul tribe, okay? Or in March, you're really connecting to your soul tribe by putting yourself in different situations, okay? That's just for some of you. But it could also be about putting yourself in uncomfortable situations, maybe to make more money, because you'll meet people who will help you. So that's definitely what I'm getting is, however that resonates, step out of your comfort zone. But I think for most of you, it is, you know, collaborating. It's kind of working with other people, which can be hard for Capricorns. I get it. But nothing will come of this situation. Okay. Let's see why that's here. Void of closure moon. Closure. What current situation for Capricorn? Why is that card here? The Fool and Six of Pentacles. Okay, so you may be going back and forth with, you know, again, this fear of trying to make decisions, because we all know Capricorn is all about ambition, right? So you may be like, well, I have to make money somehow, but nothing will come out of, you'll have to use your intuition, but nothing is going to come out of making rash decisions, okay, and quick fixes. That is not going to be the case. So if you're, you know, fearing with money, there's nothing wrong with getting maybe like a little side job or something, but only if it is going to not take up that much space, right? Because again, you need to be in the hermit mode, and you have the Fool here too. And so it's like you need to be in this new perspective, okay? And so kind of rushing to get yourself to try to make money is not the answer, because abundance is going to come to you through the passion that you've already been following, okay? So just believe in it and trust in it. So that's what I'm getting with that. So that could be something you're kind of dealing with your unconscious. Now let's jump into your soul journey. Protection. Call back your power, cut the cords. Okay, so yeah, again, this is about cutting the cords of the mindsets that no longer serve you. And this fear-based, did you bring it? You did. Can I finish this real quick? Hold on. This fear-based mindset is, you know, really, so call back your power. Yeah, so call back your power in the sense of this mindset that is constantly taking up space. Don't allow it anymore. And you can call in your guides too to help you with this, but this is part of your soul path right now for March, is to really focus on cutting the cords of things that no longer serve you, and you'll get that clarification through the hermit mode for sure. And then we have transformation. Things are changing at a cellular level. I can never say that. Deep healing. You're going to be healing old mindsets, which is not easy. So it's definitely something to be aware of, that March is going to be a big healing month for you. And even if some of it is not conscious, your DNA is just upgrading. As a collective, our DNA is upgrading. You know, as they say, you go from the carbon, kind of how we used to be, it goes from carbon to crystalline grid, right? And so that's really what is going on right now. So that's beautiful. So that's what we'll be focusing on for March. Okay, so now digging into singles around your love. You attract romantic love by enjoying this moment fully. Yeah, see, I think when you get the hermit mode, and you really spend time with yourself, you're going to raise your vibration, and then that raises your, it raises your frequency, right? And so then you'll attract more love to you. And it says, wait, don't rush into it. Allow nature to take its course. Okay, so however that resonates, take it as it does. But I think it's just about Spirit doesn't want you to really give your energy to a lot of people, right? So give your energy to put yourself in a new situation, because that will already take a lot of energy as it is. But don't do it with too many things, right? You're focusing on kind of breaking out of your comfort zone, right? Stepping out of your comfort zone and breaking this thought pattern, but make sure that you're protecting your energy, because you're still in a hermit mode, okay? Now for Caps who are in a relationship, we have healing family issues. Your love life benefits as you forgive your parents. Look at that. Remember how we talked about deep cell healing? So March is going to be a big healing month for you. And so if you're in a relationship, there could be things that are kind of affecting your relationship that are from basically your upbringing. So remember how we're talking about like the shadow self, the ego, all of that information. the shadow self and the ego build up coping mechanisms from our childhood, right? So there could be something, you know, your parents, something happened within your childhood that has maybe made you a little bit on edge. And so Spirit just wants you to be aware that when you're going into this hermit mode, choose love. And when you choose love, it's about understanding maybe your parents in that situation or what was going on in their life and having compassion, saying, okay, I understand, but don't let it control you anymore. And then we have keep an open mind. Your soulmate may differ from your usual type and expectations. Okay, so yeah, you could be feeling in your love life like things do kind of seem like maybe they're feeling a little off. And so if that's the case and you're feeling like, I don't know if this person is it, you know, Spirit is saying this is a really good person, okay? This is a soulmate connection. And so you need to kind of compromise, and it could be, you know, these family issues that are making you have these mindsets around this relationship. So when you're aware of that, heal those so that you don't have this burden on your shoulders, right? Because again, you're cutting the cords. You're letting go of old habits, of old mindsets. So, and then calling in your soulmate. Your prayers, affirmations, and visualizations help bring you together. So yeah, talking with your partner, again, this is a soulmate connection. So it's like, what do you want that your love to look like, right? Because right now, maybe you're in a rut in your relationship. And so as you're healing, you need to think about what do you want in a partnership. And as you're communicating those, and remember, your thoughts manifest your reality. So having positive thoughts around, I really love this person, you know, I want to be with them. Look at this passion, a magnetic and seductive quality surround you at the moment. Enjoy it. Yeah, so there's some passion that your soulmate, you know, is really wanting to express with you. So explore that more in March, okay? Connect to that divine energy for sure. All right, and lastly, let's get some basically clarity then from your guides for March. We have victory. Look at that. Yeah, you're gonna reach a victory in March, and the victory is getting through this last hump of this fear-based mindset around money. And that could even be victory too, where you start to see abundance coming to you. That could also be the case. We have rest. Yep, take that hermit mode. Your guides really want you to rest and take some time to reflect and just kind of figure out what no longer serves you so you can move forward. And then purpose. And continue to follow in your purpose, because you definitely know your soul mission. So continue to just follow it and know that it's the right way. It's the right path. This is a cool card because they're walking towards like what looks like a depiction of a god, right? And so that, or a spirit, right? And that's definitely the case. You're on the right path. Whatever you're doing right now, you're on the right path, so keep going. Let's pull some affirmations then for your higher self, from your higher self for the month of March. Messages from Capricorn's higher self for the month of March. Messages from Capricorn. Okay, so I want to go with the first one because it's hope. So your higher self, again, wants you to have hope, and things are going to be turning in your favor. Remember, you have that wheel of fortune. So things are going to be turning in your favor. Continue to have hope in your dream. Continue to have hope that things are turning around, okay? And then value. Also remember your value, and remember the value that your ambitions bring, and that you need to see that value, right, for one, so that if you're, you know, for example, if you're an entrepreneur and you're selling your passions, right, I think spirit is, or like your higher self and spirit is saying, see your value. So basically make sure that the services that you're providing reflect what your skill set, basically, okay? Oh man, and have faith in yourself. Yeah, have hope and have faith. Continue to have faith and hope, because both things are pushing you towards this, right? Like this is you. Continue to have faith and hope and walk this path, and things are going to be beautiful for you. This is beautiful, Cap. So this is your reading for March. So definitely leave me a comment down below on how this resonated, and you know what you're looking forward to for your March. And leave me a like and a comment and subscribe. And I'll see you guys in the next pick a card reading, but I'm gonna go ahead and move on to the next group. All right, Aquarius, welcome to your reading. Let's jump straight into it. I just want to give you a little bit of a reminder that the tarot cards are going to give you the overall energy for March, and then we'll jump into your unconscious just to get an idea of what to be aware of for March, and then also some info on your soul journey and mission for March, your love life, if you're single in a relationship, and then guidance from your guides for March. So let's just jump straight into it, starting with the tarot cards. We have, oh, okay, this is the Devil. It's just called something different in this deck. This is the Druid Tarot, so I'm sure it has a relation to that. Two of Wands, Ace of Swords, and Queen of Pentacles. Look at that. Okay, so this is pretty good energy, because with the Queen of Pentacles, you know, there's a lot of abundance available to you in March that you'll be able to reap, which is great. And then, you know, the Ace of Swords, you're really conquering your thoughts, which I really like how this looks with the arm kind of just with that sword, because that really is, you may feel like you're drowning in March, okay? You may feel like you're drowning. With the Two of Wands, you're really learning how to balance your kind of just life in general, right? And with the Devil in reverse, you're not stuck in this energy of illusion, right? And so that is, you know, really good news for March. So really what you're going to be focusing on in March is basically just what you've been doing, which is amazing, because you've already done a lot of work with your thoughts. I love that Ace of Swords card, because you may feel, again, like you're drowning, but you're on the exact right path. I just want to see if there's any other messages. I feel like there's one more that needs to come out. Any other messages for Aquarius for March? What's their overall energy for March? I mean, that's more than one, but okay. Okay, we have the World. Look at that. You're going to get enlightenment. Yeah, see, that's what I mean. I feel a lot of good energy. You've already done like a lot of work as it is. And so you really don't need to focus on too much besides just kind of continuing to foster what you're doing. I think there needs to be a little bit more balance of maybe putting yourself at more peace, because you do feel like you're drowning. You shouldn't have to feel like you're drowning, you know? Like, you definitely want to follow your ambitions. You want to follow and gain and basically start reaping this abundance, right? You definitely want to do that, but you don't want to be drowning. So that is something that Spirit wants you to focus on, is to balance more of your thoughts so you don't feel overwhelmed, okay? I mean, that's, wow, that is pretty straightforward. I mean, that Aquarius energy really strong, huh? Wow. Let's dig into the unconscious. We have communication is key. Yeah, okay, so if you're feeling overwhelmed, it could be that you're feeling overwhelmed at work. You're feeling just overwhelmed in life in general. So you need to communicate what it is that you're feeling overwhelmed on so that you can get that cleared up, okay? Because that's what Spirit doesn't want you to feel like you're drowning. You shouldn't have to feel like you're drowning. So figure out what it is that you need to do to come put your head above water and communicate that to the appropriate parties, or even if that's to yourself, right? You might need to make the space for yourself. Let that resonate as it does, of course. Your hard work is paying off. Yeah, see, you've already put in a ton of hard work, which is why the Queen of Pentacles is here, because those rewards are about to be reaped, and some of them will be able to be reaped in March, so you'll be able to see that, which is amazing. But even more is going to be coming, and so just be aware of that's something that you already know. Dang, Aquarius, this one is smooth sailing. Some of the other readings have been a little bit more kind of in depth where we've had to kind of go even deeper, but yours is pretty straightforward because I think you're on your way. So let's check into your soul journey. We have Star Keeper, Cosmic Ancestor, stay grounded. Yeah, exactly. Ground yourself, find your balance. That's something that, you know, you just need to focus on in March for your soul path. It's just kind of getting your head above water and swimming instead of drowning. We have Cracked Open, Rock Bottom, Surrender to the Alchemy of Life. Okay, yeah, so you've reached this like kind of overwhelming feeling, right? And now you're kind of being cracked open in the sense of seeing that you need to find more balance. Breath of the Cosmos, My Will to Thy Will, Micromanaging the Universe. Okay, so you need to just flow more. Okay, you need to flow more. You're very ambitious. I can see that, you know, there's some Capricorn energy going on. So you could have that in your chart. You don't have to, of course, but I am seeing a lot of ambition. So you're very ambitious, right? And that has gotten you to be the Queen of Pentacles, so it makes sense. But the universe and spirit just wants you to kind of flow now with the universe. And remember, you are the magician, right? And you've probably manifested, you know, some of the abundance that you're going to be seeing in your life, and you may not have. And unconsciously you've been manifesting, because again, remember, your thoughts manifest your reality. So you've had positive thoughts, and that's why abundance is going to start coming to you. But allow yourself to flow, because when you do, it allows even more abundance to come. Okay, that's what you're going to be focusing on in March. Yeah, pretty straightforward, huh? Pretty easy. All right, going with now singles for love reading. So we have past life relationship. You've known each other before. Okay, so someone could be coming in your life in March. That could be one of the abundance that's coming. Someone that is a past life relationship. Okay, a soul connection. So definitely see that for some of you. Look at that. For the few of you that doesn't resonate with, this one is for you. Look inside yourself and examine what is causing you to feel this way. So, you know, again, you're seeing why you're drowning. So look inside and say, okay, what is going on here? So, because spirit, if that doesn't resonate, and you may not know, right? Like, just in the sense of, you may have an intuition and be like, oh, so you're just going to have to see at some point, you know, in March, someone's going to come for some of you. And then for the other half of you, you know, you're focusing on kind of still yourself. I think for all of you, this resonates in the sense that you need to determine why you're drowning. Even though we're talking about love here, I think it's looking at the love inside yourself too. I think that's a big important thing that spirit is saying, because again, you're needing to find a little bit more balance and really kind of get into this more flowing energy. And so really connecting to your inner divine, right? Can help you be able to move out of that energy too. So I think that's what that's saying. For those who are in a relationship, we have forgiving and learning. As you release and heal the past, you experience more love in those present moments. My beloved, though we may be physically apart, spiritually we are always united, for love transcends space and time. Nothing is missing. Okay, that could be for some of you then. I feel like this could resonate with whether you're single or in a relationship, because it's a soulmate connection. You know, your soulmate connections are always available in the 5D, right? And so, but regardless, like in your relationship right now, you need to forgive yourself, forgive your person, whatever it is that you need to do, but you're releasing the past, because that is no longer serving you. And that could be part of why you're drowning, right? Is you're kind of still living in some of your kind of past mindsets that again are no longer serving you, and you'll be able to release a lot of this and forgive and learn as you're healing in March. And that will improve your relationship, right? Because your love frequency is rising, and so then your person's is rising too. But I think for some of you, you know, there's really going to be a new relationship coming. So let's dig into these now. We have, oh, look at that, bravado, warrior guides. So you could be feeling like a lot of people are, again, you're feeling really, you're drowning. And again, that could be at work, that could be people, you need to communicate why you're drowning. That could be even through your relationship too, right? So it's like you need to communicate with your guides. If you need help, you need your warrior guides to kind of come and help clear out some of this water, right? Like, so that you're not drowning as much, they can kind of come help pull you out. So ask for their help. You don't need to be a warrior by yourself. They're here to help you, okay? So Spirit wants you to know that. And then we also have deprivation, prosperity guides. Yeah, so feeling like you're drowning, you could also not be seeing all the abundance that is available to you. So you definitely, what I think is going to happen is you want to make sure you get out of this energy, right? Where you are no longer drowning, because then you're going to start seeing abundance come to you. That's, yeah, exactly what guide is trying to say. So you may be feeling kind of deprived right now, right? And feeling like, I'm drowning. Is Spirit going to help? You know, so you may be feeling that way, but know that that's an illusion and your guides are here to help. All you have to do is ask. Dang, Aquarius, this was amazing. This is some good energy, because it's pretty straightforward, right? Like, you just need to focus on what's making you drown and communicate it clearly, and you're on your way. So that's your focus for March. Let's pull some live affirmations from your guides and your higher self for March. All right, so we have value. So this is about seeing your value, right? You're drowning. See that you don't deserve to feel this way, and you don't need to feel this way. So understand that, and your higher self is like, see your value and communicate your boundaries, or what you need, or do what you need to do so that you don't feel deprived anymore and you don't feel like you're drowning. And then we have action, and then take action, right? So again, communicate, take that action. Your guides are really making sure that that comes through clear, that you have to communicate with your guides, with yourself, with the people who are drowning you, you know, whatever the case is, you have to take that action to get it completed and cleared out, right? Otherwise, you're gonna just be going through your journey submerged, and you can't see clearly. You can't really do much, right, when you're submerged. So definitely focus on that. And divine timing. Yeah, everything is happening in divine timing. I also feel like this goes towards, you know, maybe some of this soulmate connection stuff that we're talking about, that these things are going to come into your life in divine timing. Your higher self just wants to remind you of that. And be flexible. Be flexible, but don't give up your boundaries. I think that's like a big thing, right? With you drowning, yes, it's important to be flexible, and we talked about flowing, right? And it's important to flow, but don't give up your boundaries, right? Like, so I think that's just something that's important. And then your purpose, right? Like, you know your purpose. You know that you're meant to do amazing things. So allow yourself to kind of go through these last parts of healing and flow with the universe so that you can step into that. Yeah. And fill into it too. Yeah. But overall, this is your message, Aquarius. So I really hope you enjoyed it and it gave you some insights for March. So let me know down below how it resonated. And yeah, it looks like it's going to be a great month for you. I'm excited to see you in April too, to see, you know, now how this is progressing. But go ahead and leave me a like and a comment and subscribe, and I will see you guys in the next pick a card reading. But I'm going to go ahead and move on to the final group. Pisces, welcome to your reading. Last but not least, absolutely. Okay, so to give you a little bit of a reminder, your tarot cards are going to give you the overall energy for March, and then we'll jump into your unconscious as well as some insights on your soul path and journey for March, and then your love life for singles and those in a relationship, and then some guidance from your guides. So let's just jump straight into it, starting with the tarot cards. All right, so we have the Princess of Cups in reverse, the Prince of Pentacles, look at that, the Two of Swords, and the Lady, okay, which is also the Empress. Okay, so what I'm feeling is You're definitely going to see some abundance coming your way in March for all the work that you've already put in. The work that, you know, kind of the focus and the work that, you know, your guides still want to bring to your awareness is continuing to balance your thoughts, okay? And that's a pretty overall message for the collective. You know, as we saw, we're focusing a lot on our ambitions and our thoughts, okay? So, yeah. I want to do some clarifiers because I feel like once you are balanced, you're going to kind of feed into this divine energy. And again, the Empress is all about abundance, right? That's why she's always depicted as pregnant, because it's all about kind of Mother Earth and abundance and beauty. And so it's like that is available to you. Like I said, a lot of abundance is going to already be coming your way with the Prince of Pentacles, but you need to really come into this energy. But you're still maybe in a little bit of an illusion. Oh, I see. Okay, I get it now. Two of Swords. So basically, with this card specifically, there's two paths. And I think that's where you're at right now, is you're at a crossroads. And why the Princess of Cups is in reverse is because emotionally, you're not sure which way to go. Like, you're like, I don't know, right? And you're blindfolded, and so it's like you're not even seeing clearly, and more just because that's the energy we're all trying to work through as a collective, is the ego. So your ego blindfolded you, so you can't even see which pathway is kind of calls to you, right? So you need to remove that blindfold, and you can still take those swords as your thoughts, right? So you can still, but you need to go down one of those paths. Yeah, I don't even feel like I need to clarify, because that's exactly what it is. So that's what you're going to be working on in March, is work on removing that blindfold. And how you do that is by evaluating the two paths. Okay, what are you feeling torn by? It could be anything in your life, but you're feeling torn, something that you keep thinking about over and over. I don't know what to do next. I don't know what to do. And so, but you have two paths in front of you. And the thing is you get to choose. It's not like you're going to make the wrong decision, right? The thing is there's some things that happen in our life that are meant to happen, right? Because we agreed to them as our soul contract, as we reincarnated. But you still have free will, and you can still choose, you know, your steps to those events or how you react to them, right? And so you need to just focus on what is available to you and be able to take off that blindfold and say, I need to see the situation clearly. And that's what you'll do. That's what March is you'll take off that blindfold and be able to see the path clearly, right? And then choose the path that is going to lead you into your Empress energy. Love it. Love it, love it. Okay, let's dig into the unconscious. Believe in the impossible. Look at that. Yeah, so if you feel like one of those paths is impossible, it's not, okay? Your unconscious is having that fear that once in a blue moon, you know, but Spirit is going to offer you a lot of abundance. I mean, this card, right? So much abundance. This is coming to you, and you need to accept it, but you need to believe that anything is possible. And look at that. A new romantic cycle begins, and balance too. Okay, now I kind of do want to clarify that too, Swords, just a little bit more, because again, it's a path, but I kind of want to see specifically, maybe for the majority of you, what the path to choose is. It might be love, man. Okay, why is the Two of Swords here? What path does Pisces need to focus on? What path does Pisces need to choose between? Two of Pentacles, balance. Six of Swords, Two of Wands. Balance again. Six of Swords. Okay, I think it's, for a few, some of you, it is love, okay? But for a few, some of you, it's also it's just part of your ambition as well with the Two of Wands. So just take it as it resonates. This card doesn't pertain to all of you, but for some of you, a new cycle is going to begin, or like a new romantic cycle. So you may be having two people that you have to choose between, or the path of, do I try with this person, or what do I do? And so if you know, if someone hasn't come to your mind yet, you'll meet them in March, okay? Because it's a new romantic cycle will begin for some of you. Not, take it as it resonates, not for all of you. For some of you, this path is about your ambition, okay? It's about putting your thoughts towards one, because with the Six of Swords, it's kind of taking that wisdom, and your guides are kind of helping you pull the boat along, right? So ask your guides, regardless of, you know, what path you're trying to go down, ask your guides for clarity, because they will help you remove the blindfold, okay? All right, now going into then your soul mission, deep cell healing, physical and emotional healing. Okay, so that's something that you're going to be working on when you choose a path. When you choose one of these paths, okay, it's going to be the right one, so don't feel like you're going to choose the wrong one, because you're not, okay? Either path is going to be correct, but you have to listen to your heart, and you have to go within. And that's what this is saying, is when you pick that path, there's going to be a lot of healing that's going to take place because of that path, okay? So that's definitely a part of your mission. And again, whatever path you choose, this will occur how it needs to. Spirit will make things happen as they need to. And starseed, what lights you up? You're definitely a starseed. So you need to, what path lights you up the most? That is what, you know, Spirit wants to bring to your attention as far as your soul journey for March, is picking what path ignites you, what path makes you feel on top of the world. That's the path that you go down, because that's your soul being like, yes, go that way. So yes, definitely listen to that. But this is definitely beautiful, Pisces. Let's jump into your love life now. You guys had a lot of cards. So starting with singles, we have worth waiting for. Divine timing is at work in your love life. I mean, a new romantic cycle begins. So for those of you who are single, it's going to be worth waiting for. So just know that. Engagement. Your love life is ascending to a higher level of commitment, right? This is going to be a very deep relationship. And for those of you, not all of you will have a romantic cycle, but I think a lot of you, I don't know. I am actually feeling like maybe a majority of you, it is a romantic cycle. And if it's not a romantic cycle, these messages aren't meant for you then. Let's keep going. I mean, soulmate. Yes, this is a soulmate. Yes, yes, yes. And separation, time apart from your partner is on the horizon. Huh, that's funny. That's kind of contradictory. But what I think it's saying is you might actually be in a relationship right now, and you might kind of break up with your partner, right? Or a new cycle is beginning, and this could also be for people in a relationship too. Well, obviously, people in a relationship too, because time away from your romantic partner, it doesn't necessarily have to be in the physical. We're just talking about maybe you're just making more space as you kind of choose this path, right? Because again, it could not have anything to do with love. It could, but it doesn't have to. For those, it doesn't have to do with love. It's more about your ambition. Making the space and kind of just not focusing on love, whether you're single in a relationship right now, is going to give you this, right? Is going to give you this beautiful love. For those who are single, for some of you, right? Like this is manifesting for you, and it's going to come to you when you choose a path. Okay. Healing. Imagine yourself and your beloved surrounded by light. Feel your relationship being healed this very moment. So remember, you're going through deep healing. So when you are ready to, and again, everything will happen in divine timing, so don't rush anything. But when this person comes into your life, again, they're going to be part of helping you heal. That's what soulmates do. They're part of your soul tribe, right? They're here to help you heal, and vice versa, and here to empower you, vice versa. And that's part of the beauty of having soulmates and your soul tribe. So for your singles, be aware that a new romantic cycle could be coming to you. So take it as it resonates. Now for people in a relationship, we have romantic feelings. Your feelings are real and worth exploring. Okay, so yeah, for those of you in a relationship, I think a few of you maybe have the eyes for someone else. And if that's the case, it's because there's a new romantic cycle beginning. Okay, so you need to explore those emotions in the sense of, if you're really feeling like you have feelings for someone else, then it's time to maybe move on, right? Because You can have multiple soulmates in your life. Soulmates are here to help teach you lessons, here to help you heal, right? And so that might not be the case for some of you, but maybe for the rest of you, it's about deepening your relationship with your current partner. I think that's also, so whatever you're feeling, your feelings are completely valid, and so follow them. So yeah, take that as it resonates. Wow, look at that. New love. A new person has stirred your romantic feelings. Spirit, holy shit. That is just what I said, right? I think that's for the majority of you then, is I think you're in a relationship that's no longer serving you, and someone else has caught your eye, and you might be feeling guilty or whatever the case is, but just realize if you're feeling feelings for someone else, it's okay. You need to evaluate if this relationship you're in is no longer serving you, then figure out what you need that will, okay? And if that still doesn't resonate, that's just for that group. I feel like this love message is very specific. So if it doesn't resonate, I would say Spirit doesn't have too many other urgent messages around love for you in March, because yeah, very, very specific. Okay, listen. When you pass from this world, you take nothing with you but your soul and the memories you have shared with those you love. Yeah, so that's the thing. Think about that, is if you're in a current relationship where you're not happy, you don't want to spend your life not learning and not experiencing what you were meant to with another person, right? And so even regardless, you know, it's just about realizing the moments that you share with people are what you're going to take with your soul, and you won't, when you reincarnate, you'll get those memories of, I've built so many beautiful foundations in my past lives, right, that affect your next life. It's crazy and a whole mind-blowing thing, but it really is true. And so it's about choosing love always. And so choose love for yourself, choose love for your relationship, you know, or whatever, however it resonates, you follow it. Cool. Okay. And then lastly, let's jump into some guidance from your guides. We have partnerships and love. Spirit is not playing. That's why this is pretty clear. I really, really feel strongly for the majority of you. This is about love. Okay. This is about love, because partnership and love, okay, your guides are really, this is a big focus for you for March, a big focus. New life. Look at that. Divine Mother, new life. Okay, so this, some of you could actually be pregnant, or you're going to find out that you're pregnant in March. Doesn't have to be the case, but it could also be about, again, a new romantic cycle. So a new life begins because you're being healed. You're going to be reborn, right? You're choosing a path that's going to be putting you in a new growing stage. So it can really resonate either way, however it does for you. But yeah, that's what I'm seeing with that. So lastly, let's get some affirmations from your higher self for the month of March. Dang, this love, you guys, I can't believe it. There's definitely a lot of you, it's about love, and I can't wait to hear about it below. Okay. Messages from Pisces higher self for March. Yeah, Spirit is not playing. They're being so clear. Thank you. Wow, look at all those cards. Okay, you have a few affirmations here. So first one we have is clarity, right? You're going to gain the clarity that you need. Ask for help from your guides to take that blindfold off so you can choose a path. Because the love stuff, it can, especially if you're in a relationship, I understand how that can feel really heavy. How do I know what's the right decision to make? Ask your guides. They will remove the blindfold, okay? You'll get clarity and allow it to be so. Allow yourself, okay, if you want to move on from this relationship, allow yourself to do that. For those, you know, who are single, allow yourself to accept this new love that's coming in your life. Remember, abundance. A lot of abundance is coming to you, and abundance is in the form of not just money, right? We're just talking about and the abundance frequency, love, anything that really satisfies you. Embrace the power of love. I feel like I have to say anymore. Perspective. Yeah, so you're gonna gain clarity and perspective when that blindfold is off. Can't say it enough. Desire. What do you desire? Oh my gosh. Yes. Okay, is it this person that you desire that someone else has caught your eye? It's okay. Again, I can't emphasize that enough. Or, you know, if you're single, this person that's going to be coming into your life, what do you desire in a relationship? Be thinking about that. Because be thinking about reflecting on your past relationships or your current one, right? About what's not serving you and how can you create a relationship, a partnership for yourself, right? Partnership. That is going to make you feel satisfied. That's going to fulfill your desires. Dream big, because I mean, your soulmate is going to come in and provide everything that you need at this moment in your journey. And it's going to feel effortless. Yeah. I mean, enough said, right? Like, that's nuts. I mean, I even want to be nosy and dig into the bottom of the deck energy. Opportunity. A new opportunity is coming. You have the choice. Remember that though. You have the choice. You can pick whatever path you want. Because you know what? Even with soulmate connections, like if you decide this isn't the right time for you, that doesn't mean that you missed your chance, right? Think about that when you're thinking about what path to go down. It has to be right for you. And you'll know it's right because it will feel right. Okay. So you really need to pay attention to that and what feels right and go with that. But because that's your intuition. Overall though, Pisces, this is your message for March. So I really hope you enjoyed it. Let me know how it resonated down below. Tell me about this love situation, okay? And leave me a like and a comment and subscribe. And I will see you guys in the next pick a card reading.